I've been so tired lately. Which reminds me, I should probably take those iron pills that I have. Because that might be the cause of my tiredness. Because I've been like getting really tired really early in the day. And then waking up really early as well, which is probably not a cause of daylight savings, because I'm waking up at like 5 o'clock as opposed to my normal 7. So that's 2 fucking hour difference, which is not daylight savings. Where are my open ones? But exciting news. I recorded new voice banks. So I have 2 new voice banks that I'm going to be releasing. One of them is another pitch, and another one is going to be a 1.1 of my original voice bank, because it's a re-recording of the original pitch with the same reckless as all my other voice banks, and it's tri-pitch. So I recorded a higher pitch and a lower pitch to go along with it. I just need to auto it, and so I can then test it to make sure it all works. And then that one I don't know what I'm going to use. I don't know what I'm going to use it for, so I don't know when exactly it's going to like. Both of them I don't know what I'm going to use them for, so I don't know when they're going to debut in my covers. But I am working on it. I was going to do it last night, but I autoed one of them, and then was just so tired that I didn't want to have to auto a voice bank that is basically 3 voice banks in one. So I went to bed instead. Yeah. Iron pills taste weird. Oh. Anyway. Monday's my birthday, so you have to be here. So not tomorrow, not the day after, but the day after that, when I'm streaming this time, that'll be my birthday stream. So you have to be here, because otherwise I'll be sad. Because I'm doing the birthday stream because you guys told me to, so you gotta take what you ask for, you know. And in do I have any other news? I don't think so. So nothing really happens to me, so I don't have a lot to talk about. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get the fuck on with it instead of yapping for another 10 minutes. Because I got nothing to tell you. Life updates? What's that? What, having a life? I guess the other day I did play, I did go to the arcade and I played, Mei, which was great and all. But you know how things are. arcade games and stuff. Why the fuck are so many of my Steam games needing an update? What the fuck kind of update is Bendy and the Ink Machine getting? No, fucking, hang on a second, apologize. Can you minimize for a second so I can actually look at this shit? They're getting fucking patches? Really? Guys. We could play Bendy and the Ink Machine sometime. Oh my god. Oh, I'd love to do that. Oh, I'd love to do that. Oh, I'd love to do that. Play Bendy and the Ink Machine. But that'd be later in the future. We're not doing that right now. Fucking, I've got plans, okay? I've got plans, and we're not straying from the plans, okay? I've got a plan. We stick to the plan. We don't stray from the plan. The plan is plan, okay? We've got Apollo Justice to play. So we're gonna play Apollo Justice. And it's gonna be fun, and you're all going to like it. Because we are on episode 3, and it's gonna be great. And I'm sure you're as excited as I am. Turnabout Academy. What does that mean?
Themis Legal Academy.
Okay.
A prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
Okay. Why the fuck is there a high school for people who want to be lawyers? I guess that's a thing in other countries. Specialty high schools. Oh. Oh wow. Are all 3 of you the murderer? That's kind of what it looked like. October 24th? Damn. Oh no, I'm gonna be late. Wow. Whew. Finally made it. So, this is the illustrious Themis Legal Academy. This is the place where many distinguished lawyers and prosecutors get their start. When news spread that Mr. Phoenix Wright had gotten his attorney's badge back, he received a call from the school asking him to pay a visit. Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we'd learn something from the experience. But no, I had to go and blow it by getting here 30 minutes late. At least it's not our business today. After all, today is their school festival. Yeah. And this is why I can't believe any of you are Americans. Wow, this place has school festival written all over it, literally. But why are the cold stairs? Is it because everyone's in a school uniform except me? Well, I like the way I dress. Wonder where Mr. Wright and Apollo are. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. Thank you. Sounds like a mock trial is about to start, but where's the lecture hall? Looks like all the students and faculty are heading that way. Might as well join them. Maybe I'll find Mr. Wright and Apollo there. Do you not have anyone's phone number? Can't you just call and ask? Whoa. Bougie ass fucking school. This must be the lecture hall. Wow, they spent some serious money on this place. The district court can't even complete. Hey, Athena, over here. How you do? Ah, Mr. Wright, Apollo. I've been looking for you two. I'm so sorry I'm late. It's okay. Sorry we couldn't wait for you. But we didn't want to be late for our meeting. Lucky for you, the person we're supposed to meet also seems to be running late. Mr. Wright, Mr. Justice, it seems Professor Court has yet to arrive. What a fucking character design. I'm sorry, I have to... Wow, okay. Not into it, but sure. How unprofessional of her to keep visitors to our esteemed institution waiting like this. I shall make her right, I will not... Oh, who do we have here? Oh, right, you haven't been introduced yet. Ah, yes, you must be the young lady Mr. Wright was telling me about. I'm Aristotle Means, a professor at these hallowed halls of learning. I oversee the lawyer course here. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Athena Psychis. I just recently got my attorney's badge myself. It's nice to meet you too. How wonderful! So vigorous and vivacious. You just earned yourself a gold star. I hate that smile, but I love gold stars. Wow, thanks. That big smile of his is kind of scary, though. Looks like the mock trial's about to begin. What are we going to do about our meeting? Oh, speaking of mock trial, do either of you know what it's about? Oh, but I thought we had sent a pamphlet to your office. Right, the pamphlet. Whatever happened to that? You won't be seeing it again. Trucy used it for the rip it up and restore it trick. Unfortunately, it didn't work as advertised. Well, it seems I had better explain the situation then. Thank you, Professor. Now, does anyone have any questions? I do, Professor. Could you tell me about your school? What an excellent question. Here's a gold star for asking. I love stars, thank you. I like stickies. Our academy has 3 courses to choose from. Students seeking to be lawyers take the lawyer course, of course. Likewise, budding prosecutors take the prosecutor course, and future judges the judge course. Wow, you have everything here for someone who wants to seriously pursue a career in law. Yes, well, that's what makes our school special, and today even more so. After all, we are to be treated by a lecture by the legendary Phoenix Wright. We can't wait to hear all about his return to the legal profession. You're giving a lecture, Mr. Wright? But you're not even a professor. Yeah, well, I'm just giving them what they want. Did you even know you were meant to be giving a lecture here today? Yeah, sort of, but I came early because I was supposed to have a meeting with the head of the judge course. Constance Court. Interesting. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. Let's leave it at that. Professor Court. She is a wonderful instructor, but quite unpunctual. Oh, so that's who's late. From what I've heard, our esteemed Mr. Wright here is scheduled to hold a training seminar tomorrow in addition to his today's lecture. A training seminar? For lawyers? What exactly does that involve? Why, it involves the very skills that make a lawyer a lawyer. The arm angle when shouting objection, the proper way to strike the podium. How to project one's voice, and most importantly, how to bluff your way to victory. Huh? Who exactly do you want me to teach stuff like that to again? What a wonderful question! You just earned yourself a gold star. The great honor of taking a seminar by the famous lawyer and a famous prosecutor. That is what is at stake in the mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival. Huh. Interesting. The mock trial in question is a prestigious event that every student aspires to win. The top student in the lawyer course and the top student in the prosecutor course face off in a simulated court case set in this very school. As for the case itself, we select the best script written by a judge course student and base our case on that. Oh, so a one-on-one battle. How thrilling! So, if the student studying to be a lawyer wins, they get to take my training seminar. But what if the other student wins? I'm not a prosecutor, so... There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for just such a case. But exactly who it is, well, that is a special surprise. Look... Athena, it could be fucking anyone. I don't think I have met a prosecutor who was not famous in some capacity. I'm fairly certain all of them are famous. Which is really fucking weird. It really could be anyone, Athena. You can't be making any guesses yet. We'll just have to hold our breath and hope that it's not Black Quill, so I don't have to look him in his goddamn face today so quickly. I'm okay with like 4 hours from now. But he kinda annoyed me yesterday. So, he has to redeem himself over the course of this story. He's starting at mid-game Godot right now. A famous prosecutor? No, it can't be. Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. Hello? I love this outfit. Can I have a dress like that, please? Juniper? Hi, Juniper. I'm Juniper Woods, a senior in the judge course. Professor, the trial will begin shortly. Since you'll be delivering the pre-trial speech, would you mind waiting up in the balcony until we're ready for you? My, how very organized you are, Juniper. You just earned yourself a gold star too. But what about Professor Court? Well, I suppose she'll arrive eventually. Now then, I trust you will look after our visitors, Juniper. Yes, of course, Professor Means. Juniper? Juniper Woods? Is that you? Then... Athena? I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't know you were back from Europe. Wait, you two know each other? Now that's a coincidence. We've known each other since we were kids. We're like best friends, right, Junie? Yes. Well, We lived close to each other, so we used to play in the forest together. Yeah, like a lot. Why won't she look at me? I guess I shouldn't be surprised since we haven't seen each other in a long time. Anyway, we're supposed to go wait in the waiting room, right? Now that I wouldn't mind taking... Not that I wouldn't mind taking in the mock trial you're putting on today. Unfortunately, the mock trial is only for students and faculty. There is one seat reserved for Mr. Wright, but no exceptions are allowed. Yes, I'm very sorry, but it is part of the student curriculum after all. I hope you won't mind remaining in the waiting room until the trial concludes. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to learn something new today. I'll tell you what, Apollo. Why don't you take my place? What? Really? Sure. Besides, I'd like to meet with Professor Court as soon as she gets here. Oh, no fair! I want to see the mock trial too. Sorry, I'm going to let Apollo pull what little rank he has, if it's okay with Professor Means. But of course, Mr. Wright, if that is what you wish. It's settled then. We'll expect a full and detailed report, Apollo, so pay attention. Being the new kid sure stinks. If you would please follow me, I'll escort you down to the waiting room on the first floor. 2:15 p.m. When can you type any faster? Still no Professor Court. It's been over 30 minutes. And Mr. Wright snoozing away on the sofa. Yeah, sounds like him. This is so boring. I should have hid in the lecture hall and spied on the mock trial. Oh. What was that? Okay. Zena, could have sworn I just heard something fall down and break. If you go running now, they'll think it was you. Well, it wasn't me. I think it came from somewhere outside. Oh. Well, we better go have a look, seeing as everyone else is in the lecture hall. Okay. Oh. The 67th School Festival. Is this stage for some sort of concert? It kind of reminds me of a courtroom. Wait, Athena. Behind the witness stand. What? Oh, jeez. Oh, it's Court. Professor Court? Can you hear me, Professor? Wait. That's who we were supposed to be meeting with? Looks like our meeting's been cancelled for us. No way. This can't be real. I called the police. They should be here soon. I'll go tell everyone in the lecture hall too. No, wait. They'll find out soon enough once the police get here. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Huh? Are we even allowed to do that? It's not a big deal as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus... No, never mind. Anyway, we should look around while the scene's still fresh. But... Okay, you're the boss. Yeah, just put on some gloves, take a look at everything. Try not to touch anything, but if you do, like, don't move it. In addition to checking the body, we should also check the area around it. But we don't have much time. Check only what you can. Nervous, Athena. Yes, I mean, no. Apollo didn't even bat an eye at the Elderman's body during the case at Ninetail's Vale. I can't let him show me up. I can do this. I just take a deep breath and focus. So, Professor Court was... Yep, the professor was here to meet with... I was here to meet with. Turns out she wasn't running late after all. How awful. Here she was lying dead and we thought she was late. What was that you were saying before, boss? You never finished. Oh, that. Don't worry, I'll fill you in later. But right now, let's focus on the investigation, okay? Okay, sure. Ugh, the suspense is killing me. We should start by studying the body. I wonder what's the best angle for all this. Ugh, I guess I really do have to examine the body. Well, I guess I'd better get used to stuff like this if I want to be a full-fledged lawyer. What do we have here? A book. I'm guessing it fell out of her chest pocket. Wait! Oh, what if it's her diary? That's the most private thing a girl has. True, but considering the situation at hand, my apologies to the late Professor Court. No, don't! Port routine, I need to speak with Hugo Connor. Meet with Hugh about the report yesterday, important. Prep for mock trial, final confirmation. Meet with Mr. Wright about training seminar. Mock trial begins. Looks more like a planner than a diary. Every page seems to have the same sword mark printed on it. That. Still, I still think a girl deserves her privacy, but this may help us solve the case. I see. Notice anything strange about the body? Take a deep breath and then take a good look. Well, now that you mention it, there's no blood around it. Yet, the victim's body is cold and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. It would appear that quite some time has passed since the Professor Court was murdered. Thing is, the quad was packed with students up until the start of the mock trial. Wait, then doesn't that mean she was killed at a different location? Oh, I know, the killer moved the body here while everyone was in the lecture hall. That's a definite possibility. Notice anything else? Her arms are raised above her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. Eventually, her wrists were unbound. As she reached up to stretch, she was killed? Actually, I'm not sure about this theory. Well, there's not exactly a lot to go on. Ugh. There's an arrow stuck in her side. Gunshot wounds and stab wounds are pretty common, but arrow wounds? This is a homicide, any way you slice it. In other words, we have a murder on our hands. Murder? Here? So, what? That makes this arrow the murder weapon? Well, that and the bow that shot it. Yeah, and where could the killer have shot at her from? The stage is a sea of obstructions. I'm not an expert in archery, but I can't be easy to hit a target with this much stuff around. Would it be possible to kill someone by stabbing them with an arrow? I'm not sure. Yes, we better do some more investigating before jumping to conclusions. It is possible to do it if you stab someone, but it has to be a real sharp arrow. I think that's all we're going to find out from the body by for now. Nice work, Athena. Your face only turned 5 shades pale. I was expecting 50. We should probably take a picture of the crime scene just in case. Okay, I'm on it. Say cheese. Cheese. And I thought I was the one with a twisted sense of humour. I think that should do it. Alright, let's take a better look around the area while we wait for the police to arrive. This pile of rubble sticks out like a sore thumb. Looks like a broken pottery plaster. Maybe this is the source of the noise we heard. There are supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing about that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club had made them. There were 2? Then that thing over there is the remains of the other statue. Well, whoever made that is so deeply upset right now. This could be related to the case. Let's take a closer look. There's something buried under the rubble. The Themis Herald. Wait, we shouldn't disturb it. Let's just read what we can. Pending the final act in a torrid love triangle centered on campus, She-Devil Juniper Woods. Pending declaration of love, Rocks campus. Okay. Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. Hugh O'Connor has declared that he will confess to her if he wins. I mean, isn't that already a confession, though? Wait, what? I seriously wish I hadn't read that. You find that more shocking than discovering a murder victim's body? But we're talking about my friend Junie here. She'd never lead guys on like that. Athena, you don't believe everything you read, do you? This article was clearly written with malicious intent. I'm not buying a word of it. You're right, but it's still disturbing, even if the third-rate tabloid material. Wonder what this was a statue of. Whatever it is, it was reddish purple in colour. When Apollo and I first got here, both statues were already here, but they were covered up. I bet they were waiting to unveil them when the school festival moved here to the stage. You mean this duffel bag looking thing was actually being used to cover the statues? I guess that leaves the question, were they broken by accident or on purpose? What a puzzle this is. Mr. Wright, Athena! Oh, here comes Apollo. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Listen, something big's happened. I was at the mock trial when the police announced a body had been found on campus. That's right, and we're the ones who phoned it in. We found Professor Court dead behind the witness stand over there. What? Can you show me? What the? We've already had a quick look at the body. It's definitely a homicide. Once the police get here. No, I know it's a homicide. I'm shocked because it's the same. Exactly the same. Whoa, there, Apollo. Take a deep breath and... Hi, Mama. Thank you for the raid. How you going? What are you doing? How are things? Glad to see you here. Always love when you visit. always love when you visit me. Hi guys, it's gonna be my birthday soon. Are you gonna visit me for my birthday stream on Monday? You better. Hi Alex, hi. Thank you, betas. Thank you for coming. We're doing the third case in Dual Destinies today. We just found the dead body. It's going well. Everything's going great. Well there, Apollo, take a deep breath and explain what you mean. It's the same. The body, that is. It's just like how it was in the mock trial. What? It's like the mock trial? I know it sounds crazy, but the body's location and the position, and the murder weapon, lack of pooling blood. It's all exactly like the mock trial. You're kidding, right? It can't really be the same, can it? Hi, Bob Bob. How are you? What were you doing? Great to see you here. So happy you came to visit me. Oh, that's the police. Themis Legal Academy. Please type faster. Whole school's in an uproar. There won't be any more classes today. You were playing Final Fantasy? That's so cool. Did you like it? How was it going? How far did you get? Which one was it? Was it like the first Final Fantasy or one of the later ones? Murder on campus. That's the last thing I expected at a legal academy. I'll go tell Professor Means what we observed when we discovered the body. You two wait here until you've spoken with the police. Yes, boss. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe we have to wait around here. I can't stay still at times like these. Final Fantasy XIV getting through the first expansion. I'm gonna pretend I have any idea about any Final Fantasy at all, but that sounds really fun. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I've heard it's a really good game, so... I hope Junie hasn't fainted from the shock of this whole thing. Athena, Athena, there you are. Junie, am I glad to see you? I was worried that... Don't worry about me. I am a student council president after all. I need to be strong. Student council president? Wow, I'm impressed. She's really changed. She used to be, be kind of sickly and shy. Juniper, was it? You mind if we ask you a few questions? Yeah, we're stuck here waiting for the police, and there's really not much to do. Sure, but what would you like to know? I haven't seen you in ages, Uni. What's it been, 7 or so years? Yes, and I remember how you were always there for me, Athena. Maybe it's just me, but I wanted to ask why you seem so distant. Remember how you used to call me Athena? I liked it better that way. It felt like we were sisters, you know? Yes, but I'm student council president now. And as the student representative of Themis Legal Academy, I have to act properly. She was never this stiff and formal before. I knew you wanted to be a judge, but I didn't expect this. It's such a prestigious school, and you're the judge in the judge course to boot. Yes, and Professor Court had been in charge of it until, well, you know. Oh, right. Professor Court was the professor in charge of Ginny's course. Yes, Alexander pops in all the time. I'm so glad. It makes me so happy. I love seeing you all around here. I like when you all come by. It makes me happy. Just know that I recognize every single person's name and I think about all of you individually all the time. What sort of teacher was Professor Court? If I had to sum her up in a single word, I'd say she was amazing. A judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with our school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law. What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Am I imagining things? Or did I just detect something in Junie's voice? Professor Court shows my script for the mock trial. Oh, you mean all the students in the judge course had to submit a script? And yours was the one she selected. Wow, that's amazing, Junie. Oh, thank you. But now, Professor Quarters, who would do such a thing? Just yesterday, we were working together, trying to get things ready. Excuse me. Are you alright, Junie? Maybe you should take it easy for a while. So, she's still got that cough. Guess she's not as strong as she pretends to be. Why do you need a script in a showdown between a lawyer and a prosecutor? Well, we were simulating a trial, so we needed a script as a framework. All the details about the incident and the people involved are included in the script. We also prepared a crime scene photos and murder weapon and other kinds of evidence. Wow, you guys think of everything. Must be hard getting all that ready. Yes, well, it was only Professor Court and I. After all, we didn't want the script and other elements of the mock trial to get leaked. We were the only ones in the entire school who knew all the details. It must have been a big pain to the, I mean, that must have been really difficult. I wrote the script so the case could go either way. That way, the defense and prosecution had an equal chance of winning. If you think that's all she's capable of, you've got another thing coming. Huh? Who said that? Hi, you two. God, you really do look like love interests in some anime that I'd watch. And then it would end up being neither of you, and instead it's some other guy, and you two just like... And then you two have this weird homoerotic relationship going on that the fandom loves to, like, pick apart. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you. And dude, are you okay? Can you untense yourself, please? The vibrating's really weird. Considering I can hear you clenching the whole time. Oh, yes. Oh. I hate this. I hate all of this so much. Look, if I knew how to delete it, I fucking would. I figured it out once, and then, I don't actually know how to do it again. So, it's stuck there. It's stuck there. It's stuck there. It's stuck there, and you'll just have to deal with it. I don't know. throw a tomato at it or something. Juniper's genius doesn't stop at her brilliant script. Yeah! She gave an award-winning performance as the defendant man. I think I found a rival to my course of steel. Hugh, Robin, aren't you going to introduce yourselves to our guests? I already banned the guy. I didn't delete the message though. I don't think so. Who knows? I don't care anymore. Anyway, I've got a trial to do. Fucking who cares? As student council president, I won't have you treating them rudely. You're right. I heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. That would be you two, Apollo Justice and Athena Psychos. Yep, I'm Athena Psychos. And I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. I'll pass on a handshake. Wow, dude! What do you fucking mean you'd pass on a handshake from the Apollo Justice? The fuck you mean by that, huh? You too good for me? Huh? Fucking bitch ass. Fucking bitch ass. Wow, okay, I fucking bitch ass. Fucking bitch ass. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The name's Hugo Connor. But some call me Mr. Perfect because I never score less than 100% on tests. Wow, can you turn it the fuck back? This is why I like Miyuki Shirogane better than you. Ugh. Most pretentious introduction ever. And what's with his hand? Is it glued to the side of his pocket or what? Yeesh. Let me be the first to apologize for Hugh's totally rude introduction. Sorry! Now, here's my intro. I'm Robin Newman. I'm studying to be a prosecutor, like the really cool kind that nails bad guys. Sincerity! I like this guy way better. So, he makes pottery too. And what's that bracelet contraption for? I believe it's for building muscles. Junie sure has made some unusual friends. These two were the lawyer and the prosecutor in today's mock trial. And even though I wrote the script, I also played the part of the defendant. I see, which explains that whole, thing. Level-headed lawyer course, genius. I'll go head-to-head in a mock trial for the she-devil's black heart. Wait, these two are the guys who supposedly have a thing for Junie? Juniper, come on. Your role's way beyond just that. That's right! The mock trial's just the start. She's also in the school festival's main event. Live on stage, Juniper Woods, and the crowd goes bananas. Junie, if you're gonna kiss either of these guys, it has to be Newman. Like, he's already way better than this other prick. I'm supposed to sing at the school festival. All of the other girls were too embarrassed to try out, so... My Junie's singing on stage in front of people. Wow, she really has changed. I was responsible for making everyone's stage costumes. Oh, pretty. And this is what I'll be wearing. It's amazing, Junie. And then again, you have always been good at this kind of thing. These constellations in particular are really something. Oh, thank you. One of my favorite things to do is look up to the stars in the middle of the forest. Huh. So you're a fan of the night sky then? Oh, wow, Apollo. Didn't know you were such a romantic. It's not like that. I have this friend, he and I go way back, who got me really interested in space. Oh, really? That's so cute, Apollo. Wait, you had friends when you were younger? Color me surprised. As a student council president, I cannot allow such mean-spirited teasing to continue. I think she's angry. The costumes were no problem, but as for singing, I'm not sure. No, you can do it! That's right. And anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. Yeah, I'm sure they will. It's like a chivalrous love triangle. A damsel in distress and two knights in shining armor. One of them a prick and the other one obviously the fan favorite. Maybe the Themis Herald article wasn't too far from the truth. Speaking of the latest news, I wonder how the mock trial turned out. So, how did the mock trial end? We were about to reach a verdict when the police arrived. Now we'll never know how it would have turned out. I guess that's what happens when there's a real murder during a fake murder trial. It ended right before the verdict. Talk about bad timing. I was this close, man! I bet I would have won. But I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right? Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam. Sure. Whatever you say. We'll settle this some other time, and I assure you I will win when that time comes. Like I'm gonna let that happen? I don't think so. I hope they don't end up hurting each other. Oh, don't worry. The three of us have been good friends ever since we enrolled here. You're friends with this prick? We even have proof of our friendship. Proof? Like a physical evidence proof? Yes, we're studying for a career in law, and in the legal world, evidence is everything. Yeah, so long as our friendship lasts, we can bet we'll be carrying them around. Ah, the famed Themis Legal Academy ingenuity at work. So, what exactly is this proof of friendship anyway? Well, it's a secret, and if I show you, it would be bad luck. Oh, okay. I knew it. There's definitely something discord in Junie's voice. Our friendship is sacred and inviolable? What the fuck is that? It's not something to put cheaply on display. Proof? You don't need no stinking proof. Us three are friends forever. I don't think it's a flower though. I'm pretty sure doesn't she have that all the time? It's like her asthma medication. I can hear discord in their voices too. But they're talking about their friendship. What's going on here? I think there's just they're not friends, there's just a shared secret between them. Something wrong, Athena? No, it's nothing. Look, that's what I call it. Her flower is not straight up her asthma medication, but when she gets stressed, she starts coughing, and so when she starts coughing, she smells the flower, therefore asthma medication. That's what I'm calling it. It works the same way. It's like it's calming, I guess. Oh, all right then. Hey, isn't that? Everyone stay right where you are. Don't move a muscle. Hi. He makes me want to pose. He makes me want to pose. It's great. Detective Fulbright? Is something wrong? Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends. Sorry, but the small talk will have to wait. Oh my god. Where's little lawyer friends? Juniper Woods, you're under arrest for the murder of Constance Court. I'm what? Wait a second! What's going on here? Why are you arresting Junie? Please, Detective Fulbright, we're involved in this case too. And also, Detective, didn't you say that if you ever arrested the wrong person, you would immediately turn in your badge? What happened to doing that? I kind of wanted to see you do that. The lawyer is actually lawyer version of oh my. I'd believe that. I believe that. I would totally believe that. Oh my god. Do I have a crush on him too? I don't know if it's a crush, but he makes me is so extremely happy. Like I want him to like talk to me directly. Like, I don't give a shit what it's about. I just want him to be excited about anything in my general vicinity. And I want him to, like... I want to make cake for him, and I think he'd look adorable in an apron. I love him. I love him so much. It's a very, very different kind of crush. So I don't know, man. I think I need fan art to really decide how I'm feeling about him. Please, Detective Fulbright, we're involved in this case too. Aha! So your lawyers, the dispatch said, were first on the scene. Comfort lawyer! Oh. I like strawberry cake. I like strawberry cake. I can get him a strawberry cake. I was thinking about making myself a strawberry shortcake for my birthday. Oh, can you imagine him in a little scarf? Oh, he's so cute. I'm gonna fucking cry. Kisses him on the forehead. A strawberry long cake instead. For my birthday, a long cake. I don't think that would fit in my oven, honestly. That's the only reason I can't do it. I can't tell you everything, but I will say this. There are two major reasons for her arrest. Number one, the suspect led somebody to where the body was. I didn't. And number two, the crime scene is exactly how the suspect portrayed it in her script. But you can't arrest her on just those two grounds. True, but there's more. However, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me to say no more about that. And that is why when I went on Twitter yesterday, I was met face to face immediately with Art of You two kissing. That's just how it went, unfortunately. Twitter knows exactly what I'm up to in these games, I swear. It's wild. Every time I finish something and I meet a new character, I open Twitter and there they are on my timeline. It knows exactly what I'm thinking about. It's scary, really. So, Blackwell's the prosecuting attorney on this one, too. Yeah. Yeah. And I personally oppose that, but, you know, I don't think I have anyone better at the moment. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Wait, there's blood on that! That's evidence we made for the mock trial. A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. He's a fucking idiot. He's an idiot. Now, if you would, officers. Yes, sir. But, Junie, I have to do something. I can't let them take her away like this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Hold it! I refuse to believe that she's the killer!
God, look at him!
I've decided. I'm going to defend you. I'll fight with everything I've got. Dina. Junie, it's good to hear you say that name again.
I do interrupt your bonding time, but aren't you rather new to all this? You're barely even a lawyer. Strawberry underrated flavor? Yes, it fucking is. I fucking love strawberry. Strawberry is fucking great, and it irks me that so many things that advertise themselves as strawberry flavor then barely taste like anything at all. Like, you get a strawberry milk, that shit tastes like milk. It doesn't taste like strawberry. That's not strawberry milk, that's just milk. That's pink. It's bullshit. It's annoying. Oh. I love strawberries. I love strawberries. I should buy more strawberries. I should buy myself strawberries and then I have strawberries to eat because they're in season now. Tastes like pink sometimes, yeah. And pink tastes like slightly sweet milk. Well, I don't have much experience, and I may need Apollo and Mr. Wright's help at times. But nobody believes in Junie as much as I do. I'll help you too, Juniper. There's no way you murdered your professor. Serena, Apollo, thank you both. I'm counting on you. We've got your back, Junie. Guess things worked out after all. Now that you have your lawyers, Miss Woods, it's time for us to head back to the station. Don't answer any questions without us being there. Don't do that. Can't believe Junie's been arrested for murder. Bye, Fulbright. Please come back later. Oh, I'll put you on the thumbnail for last stream, and Blackwell gets to be on the thumbnail for this stream, I guess. Take a deep breath and relax, Alina. I'm here to help with whatever you need, so let's get right to the case. Right. I won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs. If anyone's going to solve this case, it'll be me. You're a rank amateur! You're not even a fucking lawyer yet! Yep. I'm getting too angry at this guy I've known for 5 minutes. Why the smug little... He hasn't even finished law school. Hugh! That was totally rude! And you're not the only one on this case, man. I'm in too, big time. Juniper Woods, we're gonna save you. Now that those two are gone, let's get back to what I was talking about in front of the stage. About the mock trial, that is. Oh, right. You said the victim's location, position, and so on were just like in the script. Exactly. But without the script or any props, it's kind of hard to explain. Perhaps I could help. Air forehead! Gavin, please, 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 please. I don't want to have to be opposite Black Quill. Can you take over the case from him? I'm sure you can get that. Please, 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 Gavin. Please, please, I miss you. You were so much more fun than Black Quill. He's just kind of a dickhead sometimes. You actually care about all this. Oh, Gavin, I never thought I'd be so happy to see you. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? You two seem to know each other. Is someone going to introduce me? Why, I do believe we have a fresh face here. Greetings, Fraulein. I am Calavia Gavin. Some know me as a prosecutor, but I'm most famous for my former rock band. We were quite popular, you know, but regrettably the band went kaput. Perhaps you've heard of us, the Gavineers. I was the lead vocalist. Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. But, can I get your autograph? You have that effect on women, don't you, Gavin? You just met him like 3 seconds ago and you want his autograph? Forgive me, Fraulein, but I've retired from the music biz. But I'd be happy to offer my autograph as rockstar prosecutor, Calavia Gavin. Oh, okay, that one then. She's a lively one, eh, forehead? Didn't know she was your type. She's the newest member of the Write Anything agency, that's all. And we both know that you're my type, Gavin, not this. Nice to meet you. I'm Athena Psychus. A pleasure to meet you too, Athena. Now that the introduction's out of the way, I'm sure you have some questions for me. Yeah, air forehead. I missed saying air forehead. I'll be fucking real. I have almost called Apollo that a few times. So, what are you doing here, Prosecutor Gavin? I'm here for the same reason as your boss, to give a lecture and a training seminar. So he's the famous prosecutor they invited. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all famous. Also, you're still a prosecutor? I thought you quit being a prosecutor after the whole thing with your brother, and that was the only reason we were dealing with Black Wheel. Fuck Black Wheel. Fucking Black Wheel. Ugh. Simon. He's not an airhead, he's an air forehead. That's great, I like that joke, that's a good joke. And I have another crucial role to play. The Gavineers are getting back together for a one-time special performance. But one of your bandmates was a drug smuggler and a murderer. You're just gonna do it without him? Fair enough. Also, dude, what the fuck is that collarbone? How fucking thin are you? Jeez. The fucking definition on that chest. Jesus fucking Christ. Even though you guys disbanded? Which was a shame, by the way. Really? I thought you hated that noise. Apollo. Yeah, I know how much you adored our music, air forehead. Okay guys, you can stop flirting now. Anyway, I studied abroad in Germany to get my badge early, but I did graduate from here. Wait, so that performance Junie mentioned. I see you've already heard about that. One student representative was selected to sing with us on stage. And the stage was supposed to look like this tomorrow. I see. 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are these supposed to be you and Mr. Right? Bingo, Fraulein! And they were so big and magnificent too. What a terrible waste. But the worst part of this whole thing is my long-awaited reunion with my mentor never came to pass. Wait, don't tell me your mentor was Professor Court. She was the one who taught me how to think about the law. Huh. So, Constance Court was your professor here at the academy? She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me. She was fond of saying the end is only justified through proper means. She wouldn't tolerate dishonesty and always revered what was right beyond all else. I can feel Prosecutor Gavin's sadness. Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. Athena, are you tearing up? Though I can't blame you, Prosecutor Gavin owes a lot of who he is to Professor Court. Exactly. So, as you can see, we are both joined in purpose, so to speak, yeah? Now, let's rock this place hard. Huh? I don't follow. Let's rock what? Forget already, Air Forehead. I'd said I'd help you explain the mock trial. Oh, come here, Gavin. I fucking missed you. We're going to reprise it right here in the lecture hall. It might help us catch a killer. What a fun surprise! I'm so excited! So cool, so cool, so cool! But we don't have a judge. Right, the stage is ready. Are you, Air Forehead, ready to rock? No. The defense is not ready to rock. You saw the actual mock trial earlier, right? Just relax, you'll do fine. Besides, we have the script right here. Junie's masterpiece! And one everyone's been talking about. Yeah, and there's only one in existence. I borrowed it, if you will. Now, Fraulein, we'll need you to play the part of defendant and judge as per the script. Okay, I got it. I've only read the case outline so far. I don't know how it actually turns out, so I'll treat this like I'm prosecuting a real case. You, Air Forehead, will play the part of fledgling lawyer, a role you were born to play. Oh, he's got a little thing on his lapel for a badge. Would he be the first prosecutor to actually wear his goddamn badge? All the evidence is also here with us, so we have everything we need to reprise the mock trial. Très bien! It's, très bien, actually. I read that. I learned that. Très bien. Let's get started. Defendant slash judge Athena Psychis is psyched and ready to rock. Court is now in session for our reenactment of the mock trial. Or what I like to call the mock trial. Yeah, a double mockery, perhaps, but a trial is still a trial. tongue, baby. Let's not hold. It's no holds barred. Let's rock. Can't we take it easy today? It may be a mock of a mock, but there's only one way to compete. You play to win. So, remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court. Great. A judge that voices her own objections and abuses her judicial powers. Bye-bye, Alex. Bye-bye, Alex. Bye-bye. So happy you were here with us. Now then, Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, if you please. You got it, Fraulein Judge. Okay, so set in a school very much like this one, the victim, a professor, female. The defendant, an archery club member, also female. Oh me, oh my. I'm innocent! Innocent, I tell you! Hi! Look, everyone's coming to visit me today. I'm so happy. So very happy. That's some seriously bad acting, Fraulein. Anyway, the victim's body was discovered in the middle of the quad. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who poses the corpse. Our forehead. How did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. He reacted with, oh, the green sweatsuit. That's not exactly what I would pick to focus on, so why would he care about that? Too much of a fledgling to know that's important, that one. In any case, both in the mock trial and the actual case, Professor Court was wearing a sweatsuit. Moving right along. Hey, wait a sec. The body was discovered in the same area as the mock case, although there was a stage. Plus, the murder weapon, an arrow, and the lack of blood are also the same. That's right, and therein lies the significance of this mock trial. So, let's keep rocking it hard, just like that. This is so fun. I love this. This is so fun. Before the crime occurred, the defendant was to meet with the victim in the quad. Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. You don't have to ham it up like that, Athena. It's called getting into character, forehead. Don't be such a wet blanket. Right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Then Hugh said a frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow. I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen holding a bow in the archery club room, which has a clear view of the quad. He shot the arrow into the victim before my client even got there. 9-9, Air Forehead. That feigned swagger does not suit you in the least. Order! 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 Especially you, Mr. Justice. Me? I was just trying to get into, like, Mr. Euro Rocker said. So, the victim was shot from the archery club room before the meeting even took place. Hence, the defendant could not be the killer. That seems to be the defense's assertion. Prosecutor Gavin, do you have any objections? The autopsy report notes that the edges of the victim's wound are unusually ragged. Could such physical trauma possibly result in an arrow shot from a bow? 9. I believe the victim was impaled with the arrow by hand, post-mortem. In short, the real murder weapon was not the arrow at all. When Robin was prosecutor, he had a tough time determining the real murder weapon. Well, he's just a student, a warm-up act, like, while I am the real deal, the headliner, so to speak. The true murder weapon was most unlikely the awl that was left in the art room. Awl? What's that? An awl, you say? What might that be? It's a kind of tool used for poking holes in paper, wood, and other materials. It's kind of like an ice pick. I have a photo here if you're interested. Gross. It's all bloodied up to the handle. Please tell me it's just paint. Most likely, Fraulein. Pretty realistic, yeah? Let's pretend it's real blood for now. The defendant's prints were lifted from the murder weapon. Furthermore, traces of the victim's blood were discovered in the art room. That's where I believe the murder actually took place. So, the question now is, how did the body get from the art room to the stage? The murder took place in the third-floor art room, but the body was found in the quad. It must have been quite a chore moving the body all that way. Not at all. There's a maintenance room and storehouse right outside the art room. The cart used to carry balls around was found there. Oh, I think I've seen one of those before, but that's a pretty big one. A jumbo jar. Big enough to fit a person. Or a body in it. The defendant dropped the body from the art room window, then moved it with the cart. That is how a high school girl could easily move a body all by herself. You don't say!
Objection!
A body dropped from 3 stories up would have signs of massive blunt force trauma.
Objection!
That may be true, but you fail to account for the large high jump mat in the storehouse. A body dropped onto such a mat would show no signs of blunt force trauma. Yikes. It's almost scary how similar to this whole case is to the mock trial proceedings. Quite the crafty killer. In an attempt to cast suspicion on the archery club, they moved the body to the quad, where it would be an easy shot from the club room. Then the killer faked the murder weapon by inserting an arrow into the awl stab wound. Sounds like he has only high praise for Junie's script. Were there any other arguments from the defense? Nope. It seemed like the teacher who was playing the judge was satisfied too. Time for the finale then. Your verdict, if you please, Fraulein Judge. Huh? Oh, right, that's me. Very well. This court finds the defendant Juniper Woods. Oh, wait a second. Even if this is just a mock trial of a mock trial, I don't want to declare Junie guilty. Yeah, perhaps that's not such a good idea. Let's end our mock trial here. Besides, it's about time I get back to my investigation. You're investigating? But why are you investigating if you're not involved with the case directly? Thanks, you two. That little run-through of the mock trial cleared up quite a few things. Thank you. Octung, baby! The prosecution's already got a witness sized up too. That was quick. Prosecutor Blackwell's almost too good. Is he fucking walking around without his leash on? Can we not let him do that, please? I don't trust him. You're sure in a helpful mood today, Prosecutor Gavin. Well, like I said, I just want to catch whoever killed Professor Court. And there's no reason for me to start butting heads with you two. Anyway, I won't say goodbye, as I'm sure I'll be seeing you later. Okay, see you later, Calavia. I always thought prosecutors were like rather scary bunch, but Prosecutor Gavin seems pretty nice. Yeah, he's not so bad as so bad as prosecutors go. Pug, out of context. Out of context. Who needs that leash? Out of context. You're taking that out of context. It's not what I meant by that. What I'm saying is I don't trust Blackwell to be performing an investigation without someone there to hold him down. Okay? I don't trust him. Not at all. Fulbright already went back to the fucking station, so he's not there to keep an eye on him like he's meant to, because that's his one fucking job. Why the fuck is Blackwell doing an investigation, huh? Why the fuck are we allowing this shit? Personally. Pug! No! Stop it! Stop it! You have your mind in the fucking gutter. Someone who shut the whole Blackwell down? Fuck you. That's not what I meant. We should get back to investigating too. We don't have nearly enough information yet. And we also have to tell Mr. Wright that we accept Junie's case. God, you guys! Taken by everything I say is sexual, even when I'm not being sexual. Right. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. Let's go, Apollo. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The crime scene is off limits to students. I'm not a student, I'm a lawyer. Yeah, right. Just because you're in law school doesn't mean you're a lawyer. You should see what she did to the last cop who said something like that to her. Are you threatening an officer of the law? Yikes, no, it's not a threat. It's more like a friendly warning. Guess we should go before I get myself arrested for assaulting an officer. Ah, Mr. Wright! I heard they arrested your friend Juniper. Yeah, Detective Fulbright just took her in. I refuse to believe that one of our students is capable of murder. We must prove her innocence by any means necessary, and the end justifies the means. What do you mean, the end justifies the means? I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say at all means. Here at our esteemed academy, we train our students to produce meaningful results. You believe in Juniper's innocence, do you not? Of course I do! Juniper wouldn't hurt a fly. Precisely. We have justice on our side. The only other thing we need are results. It is the height of folly to endanger your client by failing to pursue all means possible. Sure, I want to prove her innocence, but I don't like the sound of that. The end justifies the means part. Well, you are still young and idealistic. It's no wonder you fail to see the wisdom therein. There is but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense. You're going to take a case, Professor Means? I may be a professor, but I am still licensed to practice law. In fact, I have even battled Professor Court in, well, court. No kidding. Are you guys were rivals or something? No, nothing of the sort. She was an esteemed colleague at the academy and in court. You see, both Professor Court and I graduated from this academy at the top of our class. Wow, I bet they both used to really bring it. Now, if you would excuse me, I best go discuss the case with Juniper. Professor Means, please wait. I didn't want to say anything, but Apollo and I already agreed to take a case. It's true. Juniper is counting on us to prove her innocence. Really now? You two? And when were you planning to telling me? Sorry, boss. I know we should have asked you first, but... Relax. Your friend was just hauled away in front of your eyes. Sometimes you just have to make snap decisions, and I think you made the right one. How wonderful! Very well, Athena Psychos. Let me ask you just one thing. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all me else? That one's easy, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. What a wonderful answer. Juniper must be overjoyed to have friends such as you. As her professor, I too shall do whatever I may to help her. And if you decide to take the end justifies the means strategy, come see me at once. Let's hope it never comes to that. Now, if you would excuse me. Bye, dude. Well, time's a-wasting. You better start investigating and fast. But first, how about I tell you everything I know so far? Yes, please! Have you learned anything new about the case? Actually, I ran into Prosecutor Gavin, and he told me something interesting. Seems a murder took place in the art room. There's traces of a large pool of blood there. So the police believe the body was moved from there to the stage. What? Really? Just like the mock trial again. The police are searching the art room, but whether they'll find anything, well... Well, what? Come to think of it. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Huh? Oh, are we even allowed to do that? It's not a big deal, as long as we leave it exactly as we found it. Plus... No, never mind. Now, where was I again? But there's really no need to talk about it right now. Right here, right now. I want you two to find out for yourselves. Hi, Pono. Hi. Glad to see you. So, were you shocked by the conversation with Professor Means? Oh, I guess so. Actually, that was pretty shocking. The Dark Age of the Law. I'm sure you've heard of those words before. Sure, a number of times. Prosecutors file false charges and lawyers fight back by fabricating evidence. There's a lot of that going around these days. But the question is, how is it related to the case at hand? Training students to produce results. That is the school's policy. Well, that in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Right. As long as those results come by fair and honest means. Oh. But what was it that Professor Means said? The end justifies the means. To survive the Dark Age of the Law, you must use any means necessary. Fabrication of evidence and false charges are unavoidable in the quest for results. I disagree, but okay. That's what they're preaching here at Themis Legal Academy. But what will happen to our legal system if results are all that matter anymore? Relax. It's just a rumor. I'd take it with a grain of salt if I were you. Oh, that's a relief. He had me going there for a minute. Wait a second. What if Mr. Wright examined the victim's body for a reason? Maybe he was worried someone might actually tamper with the evidence. I think that wraps up what I know for so far. The fact that this case closely resembles Miss Wood's script is obviously important. Knowing that, you should probably try and identify what's the same and what's different. Okay, I'll try talking to as many people as I can on campus. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Ooh, maintenance. Ooh, what the fuck happened to that wall there? So, this is the maintenance area. Let's see. During the mock trial, Prosecutor Gavin said that the art room is right above here on the 3rd floor. And the body was dropped from there onto a high jump mat from the storehouse. Right. And then he claims that the body was transported onto the stage in a ball cart. Then, there's someone else here. Hey, it's Robin. Whoa! You scared the crud out of me! Yikes. Right back at you. So, what are you doing out here? I'm working out so that I can become strong enough to save Juniper. But I'm so worked up. My training base is almost breaking at the seams. Oh, right. The girl you like got arrested, so you're psyching yourself up to rescue her. Yes! Because I'm the manliest of manly men. That's why I work out with my manly braces. Except that I hear some discord in that manliest of men's voice of yours. I don't mean to be rude, but can't you talk without shouting? Sorry, I'll try not to shout so much, if at all possible, that is. Which is not at all possible by the sound of it. So, do you mind if I ask you some questions as Junie's lawyer? No problem. Ask away. Keep 'em coming, man. Ouch. My ears ache already. Robin, could you tell me a little more about yourself? You want to know about me? I'm a second-rate member of the Fine Arts Club. The Fine Arts Club? Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe that was a source of noise. Supposedly 2 statues on the stage. Hearing that from the Fine Arts Club had made them. Yeah, 2 big banners and wicker statues. Supposed to be you and Mr. Wright. Yeah. Say, did you create those stage statues by chance? You bet I did. Both of them. Put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things, man. It must have been terrible seeing them all smashed up like that. Nah, I couldn't face Professor Court if I let something like that get me down. What do you mean? Professor Court was the Fine Arts Club advisor. She was all about truth and beauty, man. She always said the only good result is the truth, and only lawyers who seek the truth through legitimate means produce worthwhile results. Yes, I'm totally on your guys' side. She must have been an incredible woman. Yes. And you call me loud when I practice my chords of steel. Oh man! Why do I have to take the prosecutor course? I mean, how am I supposed to save Juniper if I'm studying to be a prosecutor? Don't worry, I'll clear Junie's name, you'll see. And the three of us had a dream. We swore we'd make it happen together. Prosecutor, lawyer, judge, the three of us would hold fair and honest trials. The dark ages of the law, ha! We're gonna put a nail in its coffin, man. Wow, you guys swore to do that? But no, that stupid school rule had to ruin it. School rule? Which one? Anyone with a prior conviction, no matter how minor the offence, they won't be allowed to graduate from this stupid, holier-than-thou school. A tough legal academy with even tougher rules. Judy will never become a judge unless I can prove her innocence. And if I fail, the three of them will never realize their dream. It's like someone put pressure on my pressure. Ah, that paper. So, Robin, is this article true? The author of that article has been gunning for the three of us for some reason. It's been nothing but trashy articles like this as long as I can remember. Maybe the author just wants your attention? No way, man! The venom in those articles was way beyond that. I wonder. Whoa, deja vu, man. It's like I can almost taste my near victory again. But no, the final showdown was cancelled because of that murder. This topic sure seems to strike a raw nerve. I hope he doesn't come between you guys. You kidding? Our friendship tastes like a diamond only tougher. It's like a powder keg before a spark. It's like a car before the storm. In other words, it's under a lot of pressure and ready to blow at any moment. Okay. Look, there's Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Oh, it's you two. Do you want something? Did you find anything? You said you were going to do some investigating on your own. Nope, nothing yet. I'm afraid it's not looking very good for Juniper. You don't really think Juniper would have done something like this, do you? Only the author and the victim knew the contents of the script. Both the stage and the art room were in the exact same state as described therein. Nobody could mimic the crime like that unless they'd already read the script. Or wrote it. But, look, Professor Means is better able to handle this than you two, so just leave it to him. There it is again. I'm picking up some discord in Hugh's voice. Hugh, are you sure? Are you sure you want to be a defense attorney? Hugh, would you mind telling me a little bit about yourself? Whatever. I'm 6'1", and under this uniform I am 100% lean muscle. Didn't need to know that, mate. You're a teenager. My grades are outstanding, and I'm the ace of the archery club, needless to say. I never miss my mark. Are you sure you want to be a Are you sure you want to be a defense attorney? Are you really sure? Oh, and I'm incredibly humble too. No, you don't fucking lie to me. How can you even say that with a straight face? Those around me call me a genius, but I pay them no mind. But when it comes to tests, I always get 100%, so I suppose it's only natural for them to say I'm a genius. But, as I said before, I pay them no mind. Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Prig. I heard you say that the first time. But what about the mock trial? It sounded like you were about to lose to Robin. There's a very good reason for that. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. You saw the body? Right. And I was distraught that I basically headed Robin a victory. Hugh, do you mind telling us a little bit more about that? Right before the mock trial, the campus was empty. Everyone was here in the lecture hall. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. That's right. There was that announcement and then everyone came in here. The only exceptions were the mock trial participants. Juniper, Robin, and I were in our personal dressing rooms next door. Wow, your own personal dressing rooms? That's total VIP treatment. Actually, they're for student-teacher meetings, but they don't have any windows. The other two waited patiently in their rooms, but that's not my style. So I headed over to the archery range on the other side of the quad. I did some meditation while I waited. That's the best way to relax. Then, just before the mock trial was to start, I headed back towards the main building. As I walked across the quad, I passed in front of the stage. So that's when you saw the body? Right. It was quite a shock. As much as I hate to admit it, my legs were shaking. I could have easily beaten Robin if it hadn't been there. Wait, hold it right there. You went through with the mock trial even though you had just discovered a body? Why didn't you tell anyone? I mean, we're talking about someone getting killed here. I think I know why. Was it because of this? Where'd you get that? So, this article in the Thames Herald is true. The winner of the mock trial would get to make his confession to Junie. Right. But if I reported the body I found, the whole thing would be called off. He really wanted to win that bad. Bad enough to ignore a dead body. Sorry, but that's not normal. Could their love for Junie really be that strong? Thanks for sharing that important piece of information with us. It may prove useful in tomorrow's trial. Good. Because that's all I have to say about the matter. Thanks! And don't worry, I'll prove Juniper's innocence, you'll say. I can't say you to inspire much confidence. Okay, Athena, what's next? Is it just me, or is this your name here? It's my name, but how should I know what it's doing there? But being that the whole campus looks up to me, I'm not surprised I found my name mentioned here and there. And I'm not surprised he said that, being the narcissist he is. Okay. Surprised is all you had to say about that, honestly. Bye, Mr. Right. Bye, Mr. Right. I thought the area was cordoned off. Hey, the police are discussing something over there. Oh, I know. I'll just quietly sneak over for a listen. Here goes. Athena, watch where you're... Huh? Ow. Who put this stupid box here? Wait. Apollo? This box? There's... What now? There's someone or something inside. Let it be a snake. What? 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 What the fuck? What am I looking at? You morons just blew my cover. What the? There really is someone inside. That someone is me, Miriam Scuttlebutt. And I'm a senior in the judge course. What's with the box? It's the fate of we who live in the shadows. There's a very good reason no one may see my face by the light of day. Wait, if you're taking the judge course, did you write the mock trial script too? You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Who cares? I'm sure it was rejected for good reason. Who are you? So, you're studying to be a judge too. You must be classmates with Juniper. Are you a friend of hers? Juniper? She's my... Sure, she's my friend. That's why I'm gathering info. Now, tell me all you know, for tomorrow's trial. For tomorrow's trial? What are you talking about? I'm going to take the stand, naturally. So, the witness for the prosecution is some weirdo in a cardboard box. This disguise is how I get my scoops. But you're right, it's me. So, tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said. A lawyer with brains as bad as it is. Poor Juniper. I'm taking the stand tomorrow. Tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Clear enough for you this time. I thought so. Athena, my bracelet's reacting. Really? That means a lie already. That was quick.
Gotcha!
Knew it was going to be the hands. That's strange. You suddenly tightened your grip when you said for Juniper's sake. It's like you subconsciously tensed up because you're mine. Oh, what are you talking about? When did I even ever lie? Okay then, let us ask you this. Why were you selected as a witness? That's an easy one. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Themis Herald. I know everything there is to know about around campus, even the darkest secrets. Editor-in-chief, huh? Pretty impressive. Yeah, well, it's a lonely one-woman operation. I do it all myself, from reporting to editing to publishing. Still impressed? I'm a perfect storm of journalism because I bring it all to the table. And this is the evidence here. An extra edition of the Themis Herald, published to coincide with the mock trial. Thanks, Miriam. You've revealed who you truly are. Someone who's never had Junie's best interest in mind. What? Are you questioning my friendship? Look, you may want answers, but no can do because what you're saying conflicts with this piece of evidence. As for Themis Herald, the paper I published, what about it? Are you really that dense? This article is full of malicious lies about Junie. It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write. You got it all wrong. Another staff member wrote that one. I don't think so, Miriam. You even said it yourself just a moment ago. It's a one-woman operation. Or did you forget already? You just given me the info you have. Stupid pawn. Juniper's just using you. Huh? Now, I want the truth, Miriam. You hide in your box in order to collect gossip for your sleazy paper, isn't that right? You're not really friends with Juniper, are you? No, duh! She's the target of my scoops, and my readers demand dirt. Extra, extra, the dirty little secret of the squeaky clean student council president. Dirty little secret? Alright, what are you planning to say in court, huh? I'm a witness to her part in the crime. I'm going to tell it in a shocking expose. The end justifies the means. That's my brand of tell-all journalism. The end justifies the means? Wait a second. In this dark age of the law, many of us embrace Professor Mean's method, even future judges. I've even adopted an end justifies the means brand of journalism, which includes tape recorders secretly hidden all over campus. Secretly recording every last word, anyone being, without anyone being the wiser. Doesn't she realize that's totally illegal? And one of them was at the scene of the crime, the art room. You put a tape recorder in the art room. What did it record? You want to know? You really want to know? Yes, please. That's so nice of you to. Oh my god, really tell you now. The big scoop comes out in the court tomorrow. You're so mean, Miriam. According to my evidence, a fatal fissure had opened between the three of them. Oh, Junie, Hugh, and Robin. And what do you mean by fatal fissure? Juniper, Hugh, and Robin used to be the best of friends. Used to? They still seem to get along fine to me. I did sense some discord, though. You don't know anything. Professor Means has his followers, and Professor Court has hers. Their influence is inescapable. Are you implying that one of them adheres to that extreme idea you and Professor Means have? But why would anyone follow that philosophy? How could you possibly understand? You're new around here. Miriam, wouldn't you feel better if you came out of the dark and into the light? I can see fine in here. You'll be the one seeing the light in court tomorrow. Then you'll realize how guilty Juniper Woods really is. Ugh, we're going to have to cross-examine her tomorrow, but I don't know where to start. Well, let's at least take care of whatever we can today. You're right. Let's see what else we can find out. Well, I think we've talked to everyone who is somehow linked to the case. Okay, maybe it's about time we wrapped up our investigation. Oh, wait. We haven't met with Junie yet. Yeah, you're right. Let's head to the detention center. And we also didn't check out the art room, which is possibly the real scene of the crime, which I feel like we should have done. Thena, thank you so much for coming. She called me Thena, like she used to. Maybe she's finally letting her guard down. Junie, the crime's unfolding exactly like your script. Any ideas what's going on here? We wanted to make it fair, so the script was kept secret until the day of the mock trial, and the only people who knew the details were Professor Court and I. Nothing we haven't heard already so far. However... Yes? What is it, Junie? Well, there's this one article in the school paper. You mean this one? It's more like a tabloid piece than a newspaper article, if you ask me. I've been worried that the trial would wreck the friendship between Robin Hugh and I. She wants to stay friends, but both of the guys are hoping to take it to the next level. Oh, the passion of high school drama. I wish I could have experienced it. And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script in favor of the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. Ah, so if Robin had won, Hugh wouldn't have been able to confess her love to Junie. That would have kept the trio's relationship the same. Never knew Junie could be so devious. Sorry, I guess my personal problems probably won't be of any help in court, huh? You never know. Help often comes from the most unexpected of places. Thanks, Juniper. I was wondering about the oil you had on you when you were arrested. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Why, there's blood on it! That's evidence we made for the mock trial. A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. It was the murder weapon for the mock trial. Professor Court and I were prepping it in the art room until the day before the trial. I didn't even realize I still had it on me until I was arrested. Then we've nothing to worry about. There shouldn't be any way to link it to the crime. Still, that blood red colour on the oil bothers me. Wasn't it just paint or something? I mean, I was looking at it from pretty far away, but it probably was just paint. But that's what bothers me. It wasn't an oil on the oil when we were prepping it yesterday. It wasn't. Then how and when did it get there? Well, before the mock trial began, I showed Thena and Mr. Wright to the waiting room. Then I went back to my dressing room to get the trial props we were going to use. That's when I found the art room key and all with it. And the all with what it looked like blood on it. A key and the all. Professor Court normally has the art room key since she's a fine arts club advisor. And since that key was there in the dressing room, I thought she was the one who painted the all to look like it had blood on it. After all, she always insisted that the props should be realistic, so the all suddenly shows up on the day of the trial with what looks like blood on it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Me too, but let's not jump the gun on this one. Professor Cord were busy prepping for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that the last time you saw her? Yes, I left school at around 6 p.m. Did you notice anything different about her? No, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She looked and acted the same as always. I would have never guessed she'd end up like this. It looks like we're about out of time. Thank you for coming to see me. We'll do everything we can to prove you're innocent tomorrow. I know. And I believe in you, Thena. Well, I should go now. Bye. Is she going to be alright? She's like a shadow of a girl we met back in the academy. And the Junie I know was always like that. A little weak and sickly. But the fact that she's lifted her facade shows that she trusts us. Even still... What is it? Well, when Junie and her friends were talking about their friendship, I sensed some discord in their hearts. Seriously? Yeah, but it was really faint. I might have been mistaken. There's no reason to doubt their friendship, is there? Well, two of them are all for fair trials, and the other one is all about, is totally into breaking the law if it does you the right thing. So two of them are lawful good, and the other one's chaotic good. So that can definitely, like, be a bit abrasive. Don't worry, everything will be fine. You and Juniper are friends, right? You know, that friend I mentioned to you earlier? Well, get this. Whenever something's troubling one of us, the other can just feel it. That's real friendship. I suppose you're right. Might as well forget about it and concentrate on the trial. Yep, tomorrow's a big day. Let's sort out what we know so far. Okay. The victim, Professor Constance Court, was murdered in the art room on the 3rd floor. Then her body was moved to the outdoor stage in the quad. Also, the location where we found the body was just as the mock trial script described. I wish those were the only similarities they shared. What do you mean? What I mean is that the script in this case are exactly the same in almost every respect. So it follows that the actual trial may very well unfold just like the mock trial did. Oh no. The mock trial ended right before the prosecution was about to win. Well, that's not going to happen this time. Junie will be declared not guilty. Of course, I intend to get our results the honest way. We can do this. We'll be fine. After all, I have Apollo and he's the king of being fine. He really is. He loves talking about how fine he is all the time. How he's A-okay and always doing great. Hell yeah, trial day. Ugh, my butterflies have butterflies in their stomachs. So, what's it like to have your very own case for the first time? My heart hasn't raced as far since I ran the full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high. Relax, everyone's nervous their first time. So my fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal. And willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction. Well, he didn't do that last time, so... Hence that end justifies the means concept again. Now that it has come to this... We have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The ends justifies the means. Hi, money. I wish he'd stop saying that. That's your method, Professor. I'm going to defend Juniper in my own way. But Miss Psychess, just yesterday you told me... The lawyer? What is it that you treasure most above all else? That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Am I a fan of Means? Not really. I'm not into him at all. Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? But aren't you a stubborn one? Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own inefficiency the hard way. Ugh. Forgive me, Professor Means, but can we just leave it at that? Oh dear, please forgive me. It's just I wish to protect Juniper by any means I can. I do too, but... Now, if you would excuse me. Ugh. Thanks to him, I'm feeling even more pressure than before. Don't let it get to you, Athena, and don't forget to keep smiling. I'll be fine, and I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. The trial is about to begin. I'll show you to the courtroom if you please. Mean scares the heck out of you. Fucking he... Makes sense, dude. I'm not good. Definitely. He's got such a weird design. And I'm not really into it. Apollo, I'm counting on you to support Athena this time. Okay, Mr. Wright. Leave it to me. That's right. I have Apollo to back me up. Junie's fate rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. Yay, trial time. Oh. Court is now in session for the trial in Juniper Woods. Thetis, I guess, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. That didn't sound very confident. You sure you're okay? I'll be fine. Your boldness. I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. Ah! This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now I'll summon the witness. Is there something the matter? Please do share your boldness. Whatever gave you that idea? Bailiff, please call our first witness. And now we don't even get an opening statement. Hi! Holds his hand. How are you? How was the last 6 hours? What did you have for dinner last night? What did you have for breakfast this morning? How are you feeling today? Detective Fulbright, he and Prosecutor Blackwell have become quite the team. Well, yeah, he just have to keep an eye on this guy. That's kind of part of his job at the moment, so kind of forced to. Oh, right, the case brief. Leave it to me. Yes, let the detective in charge, everyone's favorite friend of justice, explain. You are my favorite friend of justice. What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind melding, if that's what you're thinking. Alright, Detective Fulbright, would you please explain the case of the court? Professor Gort's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30 p.m. She was murdered with this, all I have here. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints were both discovered on it. Thank you for that. Wow. That bird can deliver evidence to you. Blackwell has trained him well. Maybe Blackwell should train it not to mess with people's hair while he's at it. Moving right along, the body was discovered at the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected traces of massive amount of blood on the third floor art room. In short, the murder took place in the art room. So then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage. Precisely! And there is one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder that a school paper reporter hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "You're a goner!" What's this? You have a recording. God, look at him in this stance. Must be from the tape recorder Miriam mentioned. But why is this the first we've heard of death threat to them at the moment of a murder? Shh! Silence, please. I would like to play the tape for you now. You're a goner. That's it? Seriously? This is quite hard to hear. But the voice does sound female. The noise and the low volume of the voice have made voice print analysis all but impossible. Then you haven't identified the voice as belonging to the defendant. Not so fast! After all, voice print analysis isn't everything. The victim was killed at night, then discovered in the afternoon the next day. The question is, when was the body moved? Oh, I know. It could have been moved in the middle of the night when no one was around. I do, Kaito. I do remember that Dark Digital Law counter. Actually, I was thinking about it earlier when we started talking about it more and more, and I was like, huh, maybe I really should have put that counter up. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of Dark Digital Law talk. Sorry, but no. The campus was full of students that morning. However, no one reported seeing a body. That means the body was moved sometime before the mock trial when all the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall and the rest of the campus was empty. It was during this time that Hugo Connor, one of the mock trial participants, found the body. So, the prosecution heard about Hugh seeing that body. Wait one moment. If all the students and the faculty were gathered in the lecture hall, then there wouldn't have been anyone who could have moved the body. Have no fear, for there is always an exception. An exception? The 3 mock trial participants were standing by in individual dressing rooms. They were the only ones who had free access to the deserted campus before the mock trial. What? Then that would mean... What would that mean? Those 3 students were the only ones who could have moved the body. In justice we trust. I don't like where this is headed, Athena. Me neither. And by those 3, I mean Hugo Connor, Robin Newman, and Juniper Woods. I knew it. Please, Detective Fulbright, don't say what I think you're about to say. Justice or trust? I take it everyone understands now. The voice delivered by that of the murderer was female, and of the 3 people who could have moved the body, just one of them is a girl. That leaves the dependent Juniper Woods as the only possibility. No! Impressive. But he has us on the ropes even before any cross-examinations. You could at least pretend to be upset for me. A splendid job, Fulbright. That could not be any clearer. Feel free to anticipate a salary raise next month. A raise? A prosecutor offering a raise? They've never done that before. Wow, Fulbright. I don't do it for the money. It's all about justice. In justice we trust. Not only a half-wit, but a perennial stick in the mud you are. I guess neither the carrot nor the stick works on Detective Fulbright. Now, bailiff, please bring our next witness to the stand. So, our first witness is a cardboard box. Ah! That was a bad idea, hang on. Ew, how? Yeah, I got water up my nose. Ugh. I felt weird. Oh. Stealth mode deactivated. Oh my, the box has hands. Smile, Your Honor. What the dickens? I've just had my picture taken. Miriam Scuttlebutt, senior at the Legal Academy. I'm a reporter on the judge course. Juniper's been a bad girl. I'll tell you all about her crime. Yeah, it is probably why she laughs like that. Because she's a snake, that is definitely why, but I just don't want to have to bother doing it, so we're ignoring it. Might I ask whether you could come out of that box? How will I get any more scoops if I blow my cover? So, the answer is no. After all, covert action is an undercover reporter's bread and butter. But testimony from a faceless witness is highly irregular, and I'm pretty sure at some point we did say that it would not be permissible. A former ninja I met in the clink said that exposing those who work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them. Oh my! I had never thought of it that way. Yeah, not an actual snake, but like acting like a snake. I know what you mean. Very well, it would spare a life. I'll make a special exception this time. A former ninja in prison? Holy Shinto, how can the judge believe this load of crock? Now, your testimony, please. Oh, but take care not to reveal your face. The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script content. But Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper has to be the killer. She has a motive and the murder is just like her script. The murder is just like a script. Could such a thing be true? Compare her script with the murder case and with the murder case and the crime scene photos, then you'll see. This is so simple, even an ape posing as a decrepit old judge could understand. Only the victim and the defendant were privy to the script, ergo the defendant is the killer. Furthermore, the art room where the crime supposedly occurred, this witness's script, along with an envelope on which use was written, were found. This proves that the accused's script had been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script, an argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing. That makes perfect sense. What now? Yeah, but we can just be like, yes, but this script and this script are basically the fucking same. Prosecutor Blackwell has all his ducks lined in a row. He's really on a roll now. Ugh. He's like a pit bull once it sinks its teeth into you. How dare she! My script had it all. A bum rap and phony evidence, grudges and betrayals. I trust that the defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. No problem. I mean, yes, I'm ready, I think. Time to find a hole in her testimony and unbox the truth. I've seen it done over and over. I know I can do this. You like her box animation? It is interesting. I'm sort of into it. The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content, but Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. How do you know that Professor Court wasn't going to use her script? They're in the art room where the heinous crime took place. An envelope marked Use and Miriam Scuttlebug's script was found. Evidently, the script that was going to be used belonged to the girl in the box over there. It's only natural but that my script would be accepted and hers rejected. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts, including bribery and fake evidence. Yeah, no, not really. It was a cutting-edge script portraying a courtroom battle in the dark age of the law. I can't help but feel Professor Court went out of her way not to use it. But Juniper, she used some devious underhanded tactics to get her script chosen. That's why her script and not my masterpiece were used in the mock trial. How's that for an explanation? Huh? That sounds like you killed her because your script wasn't used. Anyone who saw the mock trial could have recreated the crime. After they saw the mock trial, they could have easily staged the body just like the script. Wary is the trial which pits Hawk against Canary. Oh, what did you just say? If he's so wary, he should try thing less. I bet that saves some energy. This is no time for jokes, Apollo. He just called me a canary. Let him get to you. These canaries pick up on things quickly, just like you. I shan't repeat myself, so listen carefully, Psycho Sterno. Hugh O'Connor discovered the body before the mock trial even began. How could one stage the body as it is in the script before anyone knew its contents? Ah, that's right. Do you even fathom the intricacies that go into staging a crime scene? No, I think not. You have the rudimentary mind of an elementary school child. Elementary school? Reporter's testimony throws attorney Athena Psychis for a loop. The perfect caption. How marvelous. A photo in the newspaper is just a thing to boost your brand. In a school paper? Seriously? Anyone can see the similarities between the script in this case. But that doesn't mean Junie's the killer. I know it's frustrating, Athena, but we don't have much to go on at this point. All you can do is relentlessly press the witness and hope you find a hole. Okay, got it. Press relentlessly, right. There must be places where the script and the case diverge. Gah! Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you wrinkles. I'm not worried. My skin is fair as silk.
Objection.
Indeed, you are quite fair. Fairly desperate. Oh, what did you just say? Like we'll really turn that one around on you. Whose side are you on? Hurry up and think of a clever comeback. Whoa, easy there, Athena. Now you listen to me. The two cases do indeed have their differences. For one, the stage hadn't been erected in the mock trial script. And in the actual case, there were signs indicating the victim's wrists had been bound. But such differences pale in comparison to the host of similarities. In any event, replicating the crime without knowledge of the script is an impossibility. True, it could also just be a coincidence, though. Looks like I won't be passing this off as a coincidence. What a total burn! Try again, why don't you, Pawn of Woods? I believe you've pressed the witness more than enough, Miss Psychis. Now do you see how clear-cut my case is? Take it now, and in that fair, desperate mind of yours. Etch it deep as you may never forget. No! No! Even my arguments get thrown back in my face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What am I going to do? Athena, you should just have all the answers you've been looking for now. Huh? And think about it this way. If the killer knew the details of the mock trial, would they really commit the crime in the exact same way? I don't follow. Try to place yourself in the killer's shoes. I bet you'll discover an inconsistency if you do. Ah, I get it. Thanks, Apollo. Miss Scuttlebutt, just so we're clear, you're claiming that the killer intentionally made the crime scene look just as it was in the script. And that it is beyond a shadow of a doubt not a coincidence, is that correct? No, duh! After all, it's just more evidence of Juniper's evil she-devil ways. Oh, what'd I say? Our client made the crime scene look just like the script, something known only to her. That would be not just foolhardy, but completely irrational. What do you mean? Yes, Miss Psychis, please do tell the court what you mean by irrational. It wouldn't make any sense for Judy to mimic her own script on purpose, because it would make her the culprit. The murder scene was the same as it was in the mock trial script. That, in and of itself, is irrational. What's wrong with them being the same? Yes, Miss Psychis, care to explain what you mean? Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Miss Woods is the killer. If so, then What reason would she have to intentionally make the actual murder mimic her own script? That's easy. She was admitting that she was the, That's right. If she had really done that, it would have been like proclaiming to the world that she was the killer. So what we actually have here is evidence that someone is trying to frame our client. The body was found the day of the mock trial, in short, the day the details were revealed. So, it would be completely inconceivable for the murder to go exactly like the script. Don't let it go to your head just yet. It would seem Justice Stono's comrade-in-arms has finally drawn her sword. However, the blade is dull, and it shall remain so until you master its use. Enough with your stupid sword metaphors already! There is a perfectly good reason for the inconsistency in which you speak. Reason? What reason? Must I spell it out for you? You are what people today call high maintenance. I'm gonna cut your stupid hair. I'm gonna fucking cut your stupid fucking hair. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. The accused had intended to stop the mock trial, and in that event, Naria's soul would have been the wiser to the similarities of the case in the script. No, the mock trial was only stopped after the body was accidentally discovered. Our witness here had also discovered the body. In fact, she was led to our dearly departed professor by the accused herself. What? Miss Scuttlebutt saw the body too? Precisely. And with the discovery of the body, the mock trial ought to have been cancelled. Wait, so you didn't call the police? Nope, I kept it a secret for my big scoop. You can't do that. I made her pay long and hard penance for her sin. Did I not, my little box top? Compared to the work of a war correspondent, the sheer terror of that was... Ah! Jeez, I wonder what the Twisted Samurai did to her. Block off all the holes in her box. And spin her like a top while Detective Fulbright cackled in delight. That sounds more nauseating than scary. Enough jabbering. Witness, continue your testimony. Sure, Mr. Samurai. I'm ready to finish off that she-devil. I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage clothes. I asked her, "What are you doing?" When suddenly she fled into the hallway as if she wanted me to follow her. I followed her all the way to Professor Court's body. She led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper because she was wearing the costume she had made. Why did you withhold such key testimony? What's that supposed to mean? Athena, you haven't even started your cross-examination. I know, but her testimony points to her as being a potential suspect. Well, I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell is... No, wait, I bet he's already thought of that. The witness left the lecture hall to sneak into Miss Wood's room before the mock trial. That means she too could have moved the victim's body. The prosecution's claim no longer has any ground to stand on. Help! Now, no need to ruffle your own feathers so. When you squeak like a little brat, it agitates Taka. Do you want him to peck your eyes out?
No thanks.
You listen here. The witness has a perfectly good alibi. Oh, yeah, I do. Around the estimated time of death. I was at undercover reporter class. It's right near my home. Undercover reporter class? The proverbial rug has been pulled out from under you. The witness could not be the killer. The defense must look before leaping, or at least make sure the rug's secure on the floor. I tried to warn you. Oh. Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down. Huh? No, wait a minute. The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever a man is sowing, this he will also reap. Ugh. Why can't he say you reap what you sow? Very well. If the cross-examination is over, I suppose a witness may go home. Perhaps spend some time in her lovely box and recover from today's stressful events. Don't worry about me, Your Honor. There's no rest for the wicked or journalist Caesar. My third eye's always open, always eyeing a scoop. She's always eyeing a scoop. Well, back to the trenches. Bye-bye.
Not so fast, Miss Scuttlebutt.
Apollo?
There's just one thing I'd like to ask.
Did you take a picture of the victim's body?
And if not, why?
Well, no, I didn't take one.
Well, that's strange. Why wouldn't you take a picture if you were always eyeing a scoop? Did you or didn't you really see the victim's body?
It's not like I actually saw it, but... What the devil?
Did you hear that, Your Honor? The witness didn't actually see the body. That completely overturns the prosecution's claims that the witness was led to it.
Justice Dono, you dare seal at me again.
Nice try, Boy Wonder.
But what if I didn't see the body? So what if I didn't see the body? The fact remains that Juniper led me there.
Feast your eyes on this. What exactly am I looking at here?
It's a crucial moment moment forever frozen in time by my third eye. A photo clearly showing Juniper Woods.
That's not clear at all.
Why did you not tell me this?
It's a shocking scoop I was saving for just the right moment.
And that would be now. Right now in court. Surprise! What I do? All journalists keep their scoop secret until the right moment.
She's pretty brave hiding it from Blackwell like that.
Or pretty stupid.
Well, this is an unexpected turn. Athena, about this picture. See how it only shows the back of the subject?
Ah, so then...
Right.
Who knows whether the photo shows Juniper in the first place? A completely irrelevant point. What is relevant here is there is someone who did try to lead the witness to the body. Take a gander at this, the route by which the accused escaped. The witness pursued the accused this way after she fled the dressing room. The accused ascended to the first floor and exited the quad. Then what carton cretin. Then I tripped and fell, caught my knee on my own box. She stayed under her box even while running after someone? Sounds difficult. Recall that the body was already there, for Hugh O'Connor had already seen it. She was trying to show someone the body because she wanted to stop the mock trial. But if the facts have changed, that's all the more reason to cross-examine the witness. The defense has a point there. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Seems Justice Dono has saved your pretty little hide, Missy. For now, at least. Yeah. What did you say, you weirdo? Is my Coke still good? Oh yeah, still drinkable. Nice drink, just for me. Just for me. Yes, I pulled that off somehow. Thanks, Apollo. You're a lifesaver. Incidentally, my compliments to the witness for her very fine box. Hello, Zetius. How are you today? It's Brebo Cardboard, lovingly selected from among many. Tell another lie, or hide another fact from me, and I shall put it to the torch. Please, anything but that. Is it Solid Snake? It very well fucking might be. Solid Snake if he was a 17-year-old girl. I think it would be more eco-friendly to recycle it, but that's just me. Alright, Miss Snakes, you may cross-examine the witness. I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage costume. I asked her, what are you doing? Then suddenly she fled into the hallway as if she wanted me to follow her. I followed her all the way to Professor Court's body. She led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper because she was wearing the costume she had made. That doesn't look like it. It doesn't have any stars on it. Miss Scuttlebutt's sole basis for identifying her client as the figure in this photo is the fact that it shows someone in Miss Wood's stage costume. Well, it is Juniper's costume, so that must be Juniper in it. It's clear-cut. No, that's where you're completely mistaken. What? This is the design drawing for our client's stage costume. Oh my, what a wonderful creation. The constellations are extraordinary. And I'm glad you noticed, because those stars are precisely what's important here. In the drawing, there are constellations all over the outside of the costume. But there is not a single star on this costume in the photo. Oh, then that means, what exactly? Your Honor, there is no other blue costume at the scene, which leads me to believe that the figure in the photo was wearing our client's costume inside out. But why would Miss Woods make a mistake like that? Well, it's not really a matter of why, but rather who made the mistake of putting it inside out. Wait, you're not suggesting... That's right. I'm glad you're catching on. The costume designer wouldn't put her own costume on inside out. Where are you storing all that? Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure of a reporter? A failure of a reporter? Wow, where the fuck were you keeping that? Oh no, she's cute. Why, hello, Miss Scuttlebutt. So nice to meet the one beneath the box. You didn't see nothing.
Objection!
No, I would have you stop right there, Psycho Stoner. For it is the why of the matter upon which you would have this court focus. What do you mean? Miss Juniper Woods. Yes? What were you doing on the morning of the mock trial? I was in my dressing room, painting my costume in fluorescent paint. Fluorescent paint? My design drawing shows twinkling stars on the costume. I was going to make the costume shimmer like that by painting the inside fluorescent. What is that again? Fluoride? Did your costume have cavities? No, not fluoride. Fluorescent, as in glowing. The paint would make it glow in the dark. Yes, yes, as you applied it to the inside of the costume, and then what? I let it dry for a while, because I heard it takes a long time. So I put the costume on my mannequin inside out. Inside out? So then... This is a photograph of the inside out costume taken in the dark. As you can see here, there is a heavy layer of paint over the entire surface. So if someone were to properly don the costume in this state, the wet paint would get all over their body. Why yes, I believe it would. Indeed, ergo, the costume was worn the way it was, not by anyone's mistake, but because it was the way it was on the mannequin, inside out. But there's also a handprint there. Did you analyze whose handprint that is? I get the feeling you didn't.
Figures he would have a photo.
Did we just fall into his trap?
Yeah, only Big Black Wheel had it all planned out.
Still, I think you should give this photo a nice long look. Oh, please tell me you have something that doesn't add up. Yeah, the handprints.
And check out the chest area. It kind of looks like handprints to me.
Hey, you're right. But Junie would have known better than to touch it while the paint was still wet.
Objection!
I believe the term to describe your thought process is wishful thinking. After all, if master painters make mistakes, why not a rank amateur, such as the accused? So basically you're saying my claim requires evidence to back it up.
Evidence?
That shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, you've come this far. No, I think if he's claiming it's her handprint, then do you have evidence that it is her handprint? Just because I've come this far doesn't mean I've thought everything through, though.
What? You mean you've been bluffing?
What did you expect me to do? I'm sick of losing to this guy. But you're right. There's only one thing left to do at this point. And that's to present some evidence pronto. A showdown, is it? I gladly accept. The fluorescent paint must have stuck to the hands of whoever touched the costume, and that paint would glow in dark places. So I just need to carefully check every last piece of evidence.
This piece of evidence shows who touched the costume. Okay. Let's have a look at things then. Can't look at that. Can't look at that. Oh! His hand is glowing. So he touched it. Huh. An unceremonious cancellation. Interesting. A school newspaper? Interesting. Take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed and the spotlight is on Miss Woods. Observe Mr. Newman's hands in the photo are as he stands on the prosecutor bench. As you can see, it's glowing, just like Miss Wood's fluorescent paint. It is glowing. Quite brightly, I might add. But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for a mock trial, you may ask? The answer is he wouldn't. Not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on. Oh? I mean, oh, that means... What again? It means the figure photograph in the costume was not our client, Juniper Woods. It was our classmate, Robin Newman. What? Don't think you were actually able to prove that. Well, you never know what's going to happen next. That's the thrill of the courtroom. So then... I mean, Robin is our man? I don't think so. I don't think she killed her at all. Well, that's certainly how it looks. Very well. Robin Newman it is. He is here in the gallery, I trust. Show yourself, I challenge you to a duel. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? I'm Robin Newman. I want to become a great artist. I practice day and night. Yeah. No, that's not it. Oh, it's gotta be sincere, man. So for occupation, should we put down budding artist? No. Seamus Legal Academy Senior Prosecutor Court. This brace is proof of my masculinity. I've been training to be a prosecutor for 18 years. I assume you will be cleaning up the pottery you smashed before you leave today? Ah! Oh, man! It seems the witness has finally settled down. I guess nothing phases the judge after all these years. You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Newman. Specifically, the court wishes to hear why you had fluorescent paint on your hand. I went to see Juniper in her dressing room, but she wasn't there. When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa. The mannequin it was on, it was about to fall on me. I got that paint on me when I caught it, but I never put it on. That's so stupid. Your Honor, I recommend a short therapy session for the witness. Well, Mr. Newman does seem particularly agitated, but... Not again. What's its problem? I sense the moment Robin took the stand, the discord in his heart. So, you think he might be hiding something? Probably. You ready, Mr. Newman? Let's see what the mood matrix can do for you. Oh, wow. I went to see Juniper in her waiting room, and she wasn't there. when I saw it walk by in that frilly costume, I was like, whoa. And the mannequin, it was on, it was about to fall over. And I got that paint on me when I caught it. I never put it on, that's just stupid. Okay. Well, seems normal to me, so... He had to catch the mannequin, so it suddenly started... As it suddenly started to fall over. Even I can guess this one. The most natural response to that would be surprise. Apollo's right, so maybe I should try focusing on some other emotion. Huh? I don't know. It all seems pretty normal to me. No. I don't know. Testosterone full stubbornness. You really are a manly man with manly man down, aren't you? I kinda like that. But you're too young for me, mate. You need to be at least 20 years older. Why would it not make sense for him to be happy or angry with those statements? How is that happiness a contradiction? Because he's an art guy, so he would totally be into seeing what she's been doing. When you mention stage costume, I sense a sudden powerful feeling of joy. Would you care to explain, Mr. Newman? Wait, what? Or why would a frilly scarf thing and long skirt make me feel like that? I don't know, but you seem awfully interested in that costume for some reason. You didn't happen to put it on, did you? Like I'd be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude, and I'm into braces. Oh. Oh. Honey, baby, you can still be the manliest man in the entire world and wear frills. No one's gonna say anything about that to you, man. You'd look great in frills. I don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit. Do you? Oh, come on, isn't it obvious? You're enjoying this a bit too much, Athena. No, we have to... Apollo, shut the fuck up. We have to encourage him. He can dress however the fuck he wants. He can still be a manly fucking man, even if he wears something girly, No way, man! The mannequin came falling towards me, so I stuck my hands on it to stop it. End of story. That's a new piece of information. Time to run an update. Not about update something. This doesn't feel right here. Do I have anything that could prove the statement contradicts what really happened? Robin is the manliest man to... manliest of manly men. Totally. He's totally the man-mist. Do I? That's a good question. Do I have evidence that that contradicts? That's what happened. Is manlier than Robin's manlier than Gant? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Robin is a 17-year-old boy who's figuring himself out and taking this manliness thing too far, and like, dude, you can like what you like. Gant is a man secure in his manliness. He's got piano fingers. Anyway, you said the mannequin came falling towards you, so you stuck your hands out to stop it. So, if the fingers of your hands would have been pointing outward like this. But that's not how the handprints show. I mean, yeah, sure, if you like Robin over Gant, that's fair. Robin is a much better person. Robin is a much better person, generally. Okay, Zedius, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm autistic. I'm autistic, so sometimes I can't fucking tell with you anymore. In fact, this looks more like your thumbs and the base of your palm. Why in the world would I leave such a weird handprint? You know why? You left them when you went to adjust the scarf after putting it on. Just like the model in the drawing. Whoa! Why don't you just admit it, Mr. Newman? You did put the stage costume on, didn't you? And you did, and you really do like Miss Wood's clothes, don't you? Fine, I admit to putting the costume on, but I don't like girly clothes, man. Dude, honey, it's okay. It's okay. You're a guy into pottery. You can like frilly shit. Yes! New information to plug in. Time for another update. I snuck in knowing the costume was there. My heart was pounding, even though I'm a guy. Though I saw it, he was even more amazing than I'd imagined. I was like, whoa, I'm a guy, but I got all excited. Oh! It's true, I did put on girly clothes, but I was strictly for autistic purposes. I'm curious about that. Okay, like, you know, I am curious about that though. That's interesting. Okay, there's a lot of sadness going on. There's a lot of, you saw it and you were happy. I'm a guy, but I got all excited. It's true, I did put on girly clothes. There, another motion that doesn't fit. So what? You're really starting to get on my nerves, man. Mr. Newman, you got excited when you put the costume on, but you also felt sad. Who cares if I felt sad? It's not a big deal. Okay, Mr. Newman, out with it. Why did you feel sad? You're hiding something, aren't you? Oh no! You're not fooling anyone anymore. Now tell us why you were sad. Okay, fine. If you're gonna be that way, I'll tell you. The reason I felt sad is no matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper. Oh my god. Oh. Dude. Dude. Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting and at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. No, that's not it! I totally owned those girly clothes. I should have been totally pretty. But there was something that keeps getting in my way. Oh. Oh. Wow, there's a whole lot of anger and raw emotion right there. His heart is crying out in pain. His emotions are out of control. Out of control emotions. We saw those during the 9 Tales of Hell incident. So, all we have to do is find the source of his uncontrollable anger, right? Right. Help me look for a conflict between his statement and the images we see. If we can find that, we can wrestle him away from whatever's tormenting him. Mr. Newman said there's something getting in his way of him being pretty. Something that doesn't go with girly clothes. But what could it be? Fine, specify, man. Oh, this poor guy. I'm so invested in him now. I snuck in knowing the costume was there. My heart was pounding, even though I'm a guy. It's true, I felt powerful. I felt a powerful feeling when I saw that long frilly scarf. I admit it, I wore girly clothes. I felt like a diva when I pulled the hood over my head. It felt so right. I was totally dressed like a girl. So we're looking for the source of his anger? Right, the conflict in his testimony will most likely arise from his emotional repression. Let's compare the images to his testimony. We might find the problem that way. Okay. It's true, I felt a powerful feeling when I saw it. I admitted I wore girly clothes. God. Okay, so it's something. It's one of these. It's one of these. I can't tell you which one though. Well, since I'm not losing any life at all, I'll just go for whatever I feel like. I'll just go for whatever I feel like. He sure is angry. He sure is. He sure is. No. Manly men feel a whole range of emotions. If your manly man only feels anger, that's not a manly man. That's a man who needs therapy. I wore girly clothes. I don't know anything. What sort of Mr. Newman's anger is this? Nope, you're way off, way off. No good, huh? I'm trying to listen carefully, but all the shouting, it's just... You better finish this off quick before you rupture an eardrum. No worries, I'm gonna nail it next time. You really fucking won't. I don't know. The source of his anger. Yes, Apollo. Can you... I'm confused. I'm confused. There isn't much to... Soft quick before you rupture an eardrum. Yes, I know, Apollo. I've got no fucking clue. I've got no fucking clue. I honestly have fucking no idea what they're trying to get at with this. It always comes back to you, doesn't it? Hello, Strategy Wiki. How are you going today? There's a fundamental mistake I'm making about Robin. I'm sure there is. I'm sure, and we'll figure it out in a minute. We'll figure it out in a minute. Figure it out in a minute. No! Okay, yes, you can give me a hint so I don't have to look at the wiki. You can give me a hint if you want to. You guys aren't usually here for hints, I just go to the wiki. Yeah, but I don't know what it is! I don't get it! I don't know what, I understand that there is something holding him back. I get that. I get that. That's been so fucking obvious. I don't know what the fuck it is, and I don't know how they want me to point it out. I don't know how they want me to point it out, is my problem. How am I meant to be pointed out? You jerk. Fuck you. Fuck this thing. Fuck this whole thing. Mr. Newman, you feel a great deal of anger towards your brace, don't you? Is that what you feel is holding you back from being as pretty as you think you should be? Huh? What? Mr. Newman, the truth is, you really want to take the brace off, don't you? Yeah, and you probably fucking should. It's not good for you to be working yourself out like that all the time. No way, man! This is a symbol of masculinity. I could never take it off. Is it that you can't take it off, or that you don't want to take it off? Oh, man! I should have kept my big now shut. This is really weird. He exhibits intense anger towards his brace, which he calls a symbol of masculinity. But he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. That could be the root of his complicated relationship with the brace. Could be fucking anything, man. At this point, I'd accept it to be anything. I have a feeling we're on the verge of uncovering an earth-shattering secret. Athena, you okay? It seems Robin is still hiding a secret, a big one. Bigger than the fact he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks? I know you two know. I know you two know things, but you guys also aren't usually here when I'm struggling with things, so I just go like, oh fuck, I'll just look at the wiki, and then I look on the wiki and it says that's the answer, and I'm like, what the fuck does that, how is that the answer? And then sometimes I'm like, oh okay, that makes sense, and then other times I'm like, you know what, that's stupid, how was I meant to ever get that? He secretly loves watching paint dry, oh. That's like such a manly activity, man. Can't believe he'd keep that one secret. Yes, at least I think so. No, it can't be. I just thought of something, but it's totally insane. Mr. Newman. What? I'm onto your little secret, and if I'm correct, it's not very little at all. It's huge. This sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left. You're a girl? Or you want to be a girl? You hate girls? Well, the only explanation, because you want to be pretty like a girl is what we've been saying this whole time. So my guess is... Mr. Newman, or should I say, Miss Newman? You are and always have been a girl. What? Have you lost the plot, Athena? No, I'm completely serious. I don't have any direct evidence. But that's what Robin's heart is shouting out loud and clear.
Hold it!
It was a more obvious question back in the game came out. No, it wasn't really. Look. You guys are saying this like I had to really think hard about that. I was just sitting in the back going, wow, is this another Shihiro situation? Wow, I like Shihiro. Wow, I bet there's a whole lot of trans fan art of you, sir. That's all I was thinking that whole time. What is Robin's age? He's like... Yeah, he's 18. I mean, Robin reeks of testosterone. How could he possibly be a she? Apollo, please! You don't know a damn thing about gender identity, and I know everything there is to know, because gender doesn't exist! I, for one, have never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time. Are you sure about that? I've seen plenty of witnesses in my day. But if he's a she, then she's the most convincing actress I have ever encountered. Therefore, I am to pronounce my verdict. Robert Newman is, without question, a man. Okay, guys, Robin is whatever the fuck they say they want to be, okay? Okay? You are now truly Justice Dono's equal in one area. You are just equally insane. Never in the history of this planet has there been a fine specimen of masculine spirit. Are you fucking sure? Because, what Robin's been doing this whole time is, a section of men, especially in Japan. This is kind of like the whole thing that they have going on. And it's kind of it's a very common thing, actually, Blackwheel. And, I think there are plenty of men who, are fine specimens of masculinity. Are you saying that you yourself aren't very masculine? And, like, I totally get that. Because I will take any chance I can to make the fuck fun of you, you fucking cunt. But I'm sorry, Blackwheel. I am being argumentative with you for absolutely no reason. I'll just say this, whatever you have to say at any given point in time, I don't want to hear it. Oh, ugh. If you guys are done talking about me, I'm... Hang on. Wow, good for you, my dude. Can I just mention, this is the... I think we've had one person laugh like that at the stand every single case in this game so far. The brace, it's... Wow. There's tits now. Miss Psychis? No, allow me to call you Athena. I wanted to keep the secret at all costs, but no. Surely this must become some kind of jest. Nope, it's for real. I'm a girl, body and soul. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a peek. As if. What an amazing transformation. Well, all the Discord is gone. The image is now complete. Wow. The eyelashes changed. I was raised as a boy since I was little, and I studied law just as my parents wanted. But now this living lie had me pinned to the ground. It's it's been blown to smithereens by you, Athena. Now I can stop pretending I want to be a prosecutor. I'm gonna be an artist. Yay! There's definitely a lot of trans fan art of you, just like with the Shihiro situation. Order. What a shocking development. He really did turn out to be a she. Why's everyone looking at me like that? I'm going to be a movie star or something. But no paparazzi, please. I value my privacy. Okay. No pictures or you'll regret it, man. Are you just imagining things? Or is Robin even more hyper now that when she was a he? I don't know. Maybe it's because she finally got her troubles off her chest. Literally. This is all well and good, but does he being a she actually change anything? The fact that the witness is actually a girl does change things, because there is now a piece of evidence that we must reevaluate. Very well. Let's see what the defense has for us now. What piece of evidence must we reconsider now that we know the witness is a girl? This is what the court must... this is what I'd like the court to reconsider. Oh, the tape recorder. The one that recorded the threat, "You're a goner." That's right. And we have already established that it's a female voice in the recording. Of all the students who could have moved the body before the mock trial was to start, our client was the only female if you exclude Miss Scuttlebutt because of her alibi. And that is why the tape recorder made our client the prime suspect. Ah, so then... That's right. The witness just revealed that she's a girl. Therefore, if we are using the voice in this recording as a basis for hurling accusations, this witness must be labeled a suspect too. Oh no! Wow. Talk about a sudden turn of events. You've done it. You found a hole in one of the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. Yeah, but... well, that has to be a lot of work for a single one. Not so hasty now. You're forgetting that only one person here was privy to the script. Ergo, Miss Juniper Woods is still the prime suspect. But Miss Newman hid the fact that she was a girl, both at the crime scene and in the court. I'd say that puts her in the camp of suspicion. That's not nice, Athena. How can you accuse me of being a killer? I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just looking at that murder makes me...
Objection.
Suspicious is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime. Perhaps our newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. We can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Juniper Woods, by leading Miss Scuttlebutt to the body that would make her the accessory of the crime. How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman.
Objection.
Birdman? I mean, you do have a bird with you. You're like chewing on a feather. You're a fucking Birdman. In any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explains quite a bit, does it not? He made it all make sense somehow. And he'll keep accusing Junie unless we can show someone else knew the script's details. But how could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? The only way they could have done what they could have known what was in the script was if they saw the mock trial, heard it from Junie, penned the script. Sorry, Junie, but you're not going to like this. Our client may have leaked the script's details to someone. What the devil? And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favour the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. Miss Woods did not want Hugo Connor to win the mock trial. That's why I believe she leaked the details to the witness, Robin Newman. I get it. If Robin won, Hugh wouldn't be able to confess to Juniper. Right. Junie was probably trying to keep their friendship from becoming awkward. Oh, how could you, Athena? Oh, what a bunch of bull! I never heard a word about the script from Juniper. Never ever. You sure? You can look me in the eye and swear you didn't. Bad Athena. You don't have any evidence. Actually, we might have just a thing. Really? Yeah, one of Robin's lines I read when we were reenacting the mock trial. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who poses the corpse. Air forehead. How did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. Robin said, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." Sure. I might have said that, but so what? Well, I think of a way. Think of it this way, Athena. Yeah, so which way exactly? If I told you that I'd be wearing a blue suit today, but I showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say? Oh, the red suit? Ah, I think I've got it now. Your Honor, we have evidence proving that Miss Newman knew the contents of the script. The defense moves to present said evidence to the court. Very well, Miss Lycus, present away. This evidence proves that Miss Newman had prior knowledge of the script's contents. The mock trial script. Miss Newman, during the mock trial, you were shown a photo of the victim's body. And reportedly, you reacted by saying, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." Oh, yeah, I said that? What's your point? You seem to have some issue with the green sweatsuit, and I think I know why. The proof is in the script, specifically on the Things to Prepare page. Sweatsuit, victim's outfit will be red. Will be the red one from the prosecutor course. You were surprised because the sweatsuit in the photo was green. But if you didn't know about the script's content, then you shouldn't have been surprised. No! I thought we were friends, Athena! How could I have been so blind? In light of your privileged knowledge, I move to declare Miss Newman a suspect, Your Honor. You what? If knowing the script's details make me a suspect, then there must be others besides me. I mean, someone else could have seen Professor Court's notes. Note? What note? The Professor and Juniper were working together to prepare the mock trial, but only one copy of the script was made to prevent it from being leaked. But that's kind of inconvenient, right? So you're not seriously going to suggest... Eek! But it's true. Professor Court did do exactly what you're thinking. She didn't write down any of the proceedings or the truth behind the case, but she did write down a note to herself about the props and details about the victim's body. Is that really true, Miss Newman? If you don't believe me, send the police over to my house and tell them to check the pictures on my camera. I thought it might give me an advantage. So I took a picture of the note. I'd say she's telling the truth. Wait a sec. If there's a note with details about the body, then that means there are others who could have made the murder look like the client's script. Yes, I believe you're right. Apparently, this case isn't as clear-cut as Prosecutor Blackwell would have us believe. This new revelation blasts a big fat hole in the prosecution's case. Oh! Bully for you, Missy. But don't think this spells victory. And why not? The battle is still young, and my blade is now fully drawn. Between it and my next witness, your life will be forfeit. So put away your wooden sword and show me what you're truly capable of if you wish to live. You want it? Don't worry, I'm gonna bring it.
Hi, my dude. You pretentious prick that I don't know why anyone's friends with you.
I already said I want nothing to do with this trial. How juvenile. It is not a matter of what you want, for you will cooperate, Hugh O'Connor. Prosecutor Blackwell, why have you called this witness? You will recall the day before the mock trial, in short, the day of the murder. The accused testified that she left for home at around 6 p.m. Yes, my notes here do confirm that. Right, our client wasn't at school at the estimated time of death, so she couldn't be... Yet. That is a fallacious lie. Or am I mistaken, golden boy? I've no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me.
God, the vibe between these two. Jesus fucking Christ.
Leave, and we just might discuss you know what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Are you sure, Mr. O'Connor? The word of a genius is as good as gold. Let's get on with it. Hugo O'Connor, a senior at Themis Legal Academy. A lawyer course. What's this? How's that? Just fine. Your testimony then, if you please. You're up against the top of the class now. I'd be careful if I were you. I know Junie would never lie like that. That pompous schoolboy won't know what hit him. To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditated in the artery range till 7 p.m. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? That's quite enough. Well done, golden boy. The final bell rings at 7 p.m., at which point the campus is a desolate place. Now, you will recall the tape recorder where did the time of the voice... We know the time of the voice recording. It was 7:10, the day before the mock trial. That was the dark hour of this heinous crime. Do you have any proof of that? It is the final bell with the school plays as the final bell, the school plays a special broadcast where the clock strikes 7. The female voice on the tape appears 10 minutes after the broadcast. The killer waited until the school was empty to spring her devious and deadly trap. So, when the witness saw the defendant, that would have been... Indeed, it was 5 minutes after the voice was captured on the tape in the art room. Ergo, we know that the accused was still in the main building, even after the killing. So the time of the murder and the time when the body was moved. Great! Another inconvenient testimony. Miss Lycus, your cross-examination, please. Jesus fuck.
all hot all of a sudden. Fuck me. It's getting warmer. It's getting to summertime. Jesus fucking Christ. Prepare for the mock trial and meditated in the archery range until 7 PM. Our client has stated she went home at 6 PM. You and Professor Court were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that the last time you saw her? Yes. I left school at around 6 PM. No. Wrong. I don't know what she was doing, but Juniper was definitely at school around 7 PM. But I suppose neither side can prove one way or the other. Ugh. But if Junie was there, that means she's lying. Truth be told, I only saw her for the briefest of moments. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Wow. So, is that the confidence and composure that comes with being a genius? Athena, it doesn't matter who's on the stand, our job is still the same. Sure, but if Junie was really still at school after 6 PM, I didn't spot any consistencies in Hugh's testimony either. What am I supposed to do now? So, you just walked past a good friend, barely saying a word. The final bell had already rung. They get mad when you stand around chatting. Then again, we're not like you people, talking endlessly is in those annoyingly loud voices. Annoyingly loud voices? I'd like it if you refrained from insulting my partner like that. Normally, I'd shout objection right about now, but I'll take this one for the team. Anyway, I think that's about all I have to say. Alright, I'll take you up on your kind offer. I expected as much, so go ahead, ask away. Mr. O'Connor, I wanted to ask you... Did you go to the art room? Why did you stay past the last bell? How did you prep for the mock trial? Did you stop by the art room? Or, as it's now known, the scene of the crime? No, I didn't. Can you prove it? As much as I'd like to say I could, I can't. But, let me ask you, can you prove that I did? As much as I'd like to say that I could, I can't. But I will ask, how often do you visit there? Hardly ever. There's no reason for me to be there anyway. There's no reason for you to be there. Is there an echo in here? If something's bothering you, just add it to my testimony. How considerate! Thank you for noticing. Let's add that to your testimony. Let me add, I never went to the art room. There's no reason for me to be there. You had no reason to be in the art room, really? The lawyer course I'm in is supervised by Professor Means. Plus, I'm not a member of Professor Court's art club, so why would I ever go there? What about art class? Let's try, but seniors don't take art class. Alright, then let me ask you. Wait. I just remembered something important. You did? I scored only 100% on all art tests I took during junior year. That's it. Right. Always happy to indulge in some ego stroking. Anyway. Why did you stay past the last bell? Why would an honor student like you ignore the last bell? I wouldn't say I ignored it. I was simply running a little late. Do you remember exactly how late? You're a stickler for details, lady. But if I had to say, it was maybe 10-15 minutes. If you think it's that important, I'll add it to my testimony. I was hoping you'd say that. The final bell had rung 10-15 minutes, no earlier. What? You ignored the last bell for no reason. Shame on you. No, shame on you pressing me for no reason. Well, people do run late sometimes, like you on the day the whole class began. This whole case began. It appears we have a culprit in the case of the pot calling the kettle black. Two, Your Honor. Now what? Actually, never mind. I've got all the info I need. Don't we seem confident? Between 6 and 8. Seven, 10. In the art room. Oh, hang on. I'm getting a phone call.
Okay, so, might as well ask you your other thing. So how did you prep for the mock trial? Please tell the court what you were doing on October 23rd, the day before the mock trial. That's an easy one. Nothing particular. Nothing at all? You didn't help with the preparations? You don't get it, do you? I was merely playing the role assigned to me. I left the preparations and the like to others. My job was to be mentally prepared. Junie put her heart and soul into getting things ready, while he just sat on his behind. Just to reiterate, I spent most of the 23rd meditating in the archery range. I didn't talk to anyone until the school closed at 7 p.m. I suppose a few archery club members did come and go while I was there. But you didn't talk to anyone? Not a single soul? That's right. I didn't say a word to anyone until the final bell at 7 p.m. I see. This is crucial information. Please add it to your testimony. I don't know if you're bluffing, but if you are, you have a pretty good poker face. Okay. I didn't talk to anyone until the final bell. I'd been meditating alone in the archery room. So what evidence do I have? Meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. As on the 23rd, it doesn't give a time though, so it could be anything. And I feel like that's the only thing here really related to Hugh directly.
Objection!
So, you didn't talk to anyone on October 23rd. Are you sure about that? I already told you, my word is as good as gold. Okay, then how do you explain this? And don't spare any details. Sorry, never seen that before. This is the victim's planner. She recorded all her plans in great detail. Take a look at this page here. It reads 23rd, meet with Hugh, and important. Don't you find that interesting? What? Where'd you get that? Key word here is important. You say you were at the archery range all day. But you also said a few students came and went while you were there. That doesn't sound like a great place for an important talk. But the entire campus was buzzing with activity before the mock trial. Where could they have possibly had a private conversation? I thought about that too, but the situation changes after the last bell. What's this now? The witness stayed after the last bell in order to have a private talk with the victim. Am I right, Mr. Connor? This is insane. Must we go through this yet again? I suppose you also have no evidence as usual. No, I don't have any direct evidence. However, the witness was meditating until the very last bell, and he attempted to conceal his private meeting with the victim. First Robin, now me. Who are you going to accuse next? You're just another unscrupulous attorney looking to get ahead. Don't let him get to you. He's definitely hiding something. I mean, he was supposed to meet with the victim around her estimated time of death. And my suspicions about Robin. I had my suspicions about Robin, but Hugh seems just as guilty. these three are only possible suspects after all. Mr. O'Connor, answer me this. Did you meet with Professor Court that day? Sorry, Mr. Jailbird Prosecutor, I don't mean to steal your thunder, but I've something to say. If it will save me some trouble, then by all means speak away. If you could recall, Miss Psychos, the voice on the tape recorder was female. Knowing that, I'd like you to explain how I could possibly be a suspect. Oh, he has a point. Impressive, golden boy. He does shine gold indeed. You care to take the reins? You're more than capable of prosecuting this case. Sorry, but I'm studying to be a lawyer. What a pity. I think such genius is to be wasted on mere lawyering. At least your moment's here, Psychos Dono. Time to refute Golden Boy's statement. And prove that you're the young prodigy worthy of the badge on your lapel. Could he lay any more pressure on? The voice is unmistakably female, so there's no point in arguing about that. Yeah, you're right, in which case. To whom does the voice on the tape really belong? The victim? The voice on the tape belongs to the victim. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Objection.
Are you mad? The voice in the recording says you're a goner. That is something a murderer shouts at their victim, not the other way around. Yeah, that is a problem. You're a goner. You're a goner. You're a goner. Athena. You're a goner. You goner. Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor. Wait a second! Whoa, Athena, you're scaring me. You're scared? I'm terrified for even coming up with this. With what? Prosecutor Blackwell, you wanted to know if I'm worthy of my badge. Well, I'm going to show you why. Despite my age, I can wear it with pride. Oh. And then I take it you won't be changing your argument. Still, it stands that it is a bit odd for the victim to be the only one yelling you're a goner. I agree, if that's what the victim was saying, but it's not. I assume you have something to back up your assertion, Miss Psychos? Not exactly, but you don't have to add fuel to his fire, Your Honor. If it is indeed the Professor Court's voice on the tape, then she was shouting because she was threatening O'Connor, being threatened by O'Connor, scolding O'Connor. I would like to call one basic fact into question. Is that shout on the tape really saying you're a goner? What are you up to now, Athena? Professor Court's planner says she was supposed to meet with the witness for an important talk. Perhaps our witness, despite being a genius, had done something wrong. And this made Professor Court get angry with him during their private meeting. I don't see how this changes what we heard on the tape. Well, if you want to see how it changes things, then let's try a little experiment. Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness as if you were mad at him. But, and this is important, use his full name. Okay, let's see. Hugo Connor. Oh, what did I do to deserve that? Yes, like that. Now try again, but faster. Hugo Connor. Huh? Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor. Wait a second. No. This can't be. You think I'd spend the energy to lead you this far if it wasn't true? But it is, Your Honor. Humans are not perfect. That's a scientific fact. We sometimes mistake shadows for monsters, or the wind for voices. Now that you mention it. You can do this, Athena. Just give the old guy one more little push. The sound on the tape recorder never was the phrase "you're a goner." That's only what we thought we heard, when in fact it was the witness getting yelled at. The court will note that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at. I think you're right, but what was that last part again? Never mind. The important thing is that the voice that was recorded isn't our client. And since it was the victim scolding the witness, he must now join the list of suspects.
Objection!
I had thought that testimony would suffice, but it seems it has come to this. I will not allow such fallacious quibbles to upend this case. The prosecution has one final piece of evidence to present to the court. Evidence? What's he going to pull out now? Feast your eyes on this photo, and let me see that insolent look vanish from within them. See here, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim. Okay. At 7:10. The photograph shows professor and student preparing for the mock trial together. Wait, was this taken in the art room, the room where the murder occurred? Indeed it was, but the revelations do not end there. Do you see the clock on the wall? It reads 7:05, a mere 5 minutes before the voice was recorded on the tape. What? The accused brutally stabbed the victim to death 5 minutes after the photo was taken. Okay. Seems the defendant's culpability in his crime is quite obvious. Junie, was with Professor Court just 5 minutes before she was murdered? What now? Nothing I say can change that fact. Understand now. You can believe in your client all you wish, but try as you might. Such misplaced faith will inevitably be cut down before the cruel, steely blade of truth. Listen, Missy. The person you'd like to save more than anyone else in the world. I'd be willing to wager that your defense isn't what they desire. But I became a lawyer so I could... You still fail to understand after so much pain and defeat. The courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up. If he thinks I'm going to give up now, he's got another thing coming. I have to find my inner strength if I ever hope to save him. But I can't think of any way to strike back. And the worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, that's impossible! How could I smile under these circumstances even if I forced it? This is better than bad. The new Blackwheel had that one waiting in the wings. Why didn't that twisted samurai just present it at the beginning? Wait, maybe this was his real plan. Was he just trying to show me how weak and powerless I am? Maybe he's right, because I really haven't a clue. Who's the real killer who murdered Professor Constance Court? Robin Newman, a girl who had been forced to live a lie as a guy? Or was it Hugo Connor, the honor student who had met with Professor Court? There seems to be little reason to debate the defendant's guilt any longer. The time for a verdict has come. Hi, my dude. That's not gonna happen, man. What's the meaning of this? You can't interrupt a judge about to hand down a... I mean, we do it all the time, sir. Maybe, but false verdicts are a no-no. What? Miss Newman, please explain yourself. Juniper is not the killer. I know because I know who the real killer is. You do? You know who the real killer is? Oh, what is she up to now? Yep, I know because the real killer is... me! What? It was me! I did it alone, just me! I don't get it. Why is she confessing? Miss Newman was witness near the stage. There's even a related photo of her. The more I think about it, the more suspicious she seems. Robin Newman isn't the kind of guy who pins the blame on friends. Just so he can walk free. Get it over with. Declare me guilty already. Please, wait. Juniper? What are you doing? Thank you for all you've done, Athena. But you'll have to forgive me. I can't let my friends take the blame any longer. Junie? No! Don't do it! Hugh and Robin have done nothing wrong. They have absolutely no connection to this case. The real killer is me. I alone am responsible for the entire crime. What? Junie? I know that's not true. Hurry up and retract your statement. I'm afraid it is true. Forgive me, Athena. Order, order. Will somebody please explain what's going on? I see right through your cheap ploy. School rules state that a prior conviction terminates one's eligibility to graduate. A guilty verdict here would make whatever dreams one had go up in a puff of smoke. Oh, I wasn't aware. Even meek little mice will fight when cornered. A bit of a spectacle, I might add. These vermin are trying to protect each other now that they've nowhere else to run. Protect each other? Wait. So, was Robin just trying to protect Junie too? If so, then the real killer is... Okay, we don't need to go through this whole thing every time, thank you. I don't need to see everyone's reaction. This whole thing's a joke. Uh-oh. It was Hugh's turn. What? What What's wrong with kids today? I know what crossed your mind, Miss Psychos. You think I'm the killer, don't you? Wow. He really is a genius. He even knows what you're thinking. I think it's about time I told you the truth. And I'll even get right to the point. It was me. I did it. Wait. What? Ah, that's a long-ass bow you got there. Is that a war bow? Now both potential suspects are claiming to be the real killer. Ugh, I'm so confused right now. If you still have doubts, how about I detail my murder plot? It's absolute genius. Enough of this nonsense. This is a court of law, not a set of some high school drama. I see I have no choice. I'm afraid I'll have to... Hoy! Wait, your boldness. I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm in no position to hand down the verdict just yet. I am hoping the defense and prosecution can come up with some airtight evidence. That is why I'm giving you both the rest of the day to continue investigating this case. Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming. Fine. Do as you wish. This brings today's proceedings to a close. Court is adjourned. Ugh. Well, we did it, guys. We finished the fucking trial day 1. Okay. This case looks like it's gonna take another few hours. I can't decide if I want to do it or not. Because we won't be continuing on Monday. Because Monday will be my birthday stream. And there's a chance it won't get finished on the Wednesday. Because Wednesday is the shopping day. So I need to be done by 2. And I don't know if it will take 4 or more hours. So my best bet would be today. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm so tired. Ugh, I'm so tired. I want food. Food would be nice. I could make myself some eggs. Because I bought eggs. Because I was making brownies. So I needed some eggs. I do like eggs. So I could do some of those if I really wanted. How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel? Because it's a Friday. So I guess I could finish it if I really wanted to. It'll just take ages. I don't know. 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 The weather is fucking with me, I think. That's you leaving this decision up to me. That's a terrible thing to do. I'm bad at decisions, man. I'm terrible at decisions. Oh. All right. I need something to improve my mood. You know what that means? I'm gonna have some of the ice cream that I bought. Ugh. It's a honeycomb ice cream. It's honeycomb. And I'm very excited to try it. Because they used to sell this ice cream that was like a Neapolitan, except it was vanilla, honeycomb, and caramel. And they stopped selling it at some point. And this looks very similar to what that used to be. Except it's all mixed through rather than being a Neapolitan. So I'm excited to give it a go. Ugh. Ugh. Ice cream. Oh man. It's just fucking good. Oh my god. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. I am such a fucking sucker for honeycomb and caramel. Fucking. Fucking top tier shit. Top tier shit, that is. The there's also like honeycomb pieces in it, and I'm a bit sad that they're not like big enough to be crunchy. They just kind of melt in your mouth. So it adds a little burst of flavor. Ah! Fuck me and my sensitive teeth. Oh my god. But no, I was right. This does taste exactly like how it used to taste, which is so fucking awesome. Because I miss this one. I've missed this. I've missed this fucking ice cream so much. It's so fucking good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I don't understand what people's problem is with like honeycomb and caramel ice creams. Apparently people aren't into them. I'm into them though. They're fucking incredible. Okay. So in terms of in terms of finishing things for today. No, I feel like I should. I feel like I should. There's it's just pretty fucking lengthy, which is the one thing that's like getting me, is that it looks pretty lengthy. One testimony, two testimony, that shit, and then I fucking might as well. It'll go for another fucking, it'll be another 10-hour stream, but then I don't have to cut it awkwardly. And then we can start a new case on the Wednesday and then finish it off the Friday. Isn't that much nicer a setup? And that's kind of how I determine how long a stream is. Like, yes, I suppose, streaming when I don't want to is rather fruitless, considering that I get absolutely nothing out of this other than personal satisfaction, as any hobby is like, but it's okay, isn't it? I should do it. I feel like I should. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I don't want to, though. I don't want, I don't know what I want to do anymore.
You know, you're doing something all the time, on schedule at the same times all the time. You get a bit tired. It makes sense. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. I'm gonna put this back in the freezer. Okay. Okay. Be fine. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. You know that little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that, but now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? It's not gonna happen. Junie, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... But if the trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just make sure that it doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all, not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. I can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation. Can't it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties. Thanks, but I'd better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie in the detention center first, right away. No, wait, I'm coming with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'd better get going. No problem. You two be careful. There's so much I need to ask, Junie. What happened in the courtroom today, where we go from here. High. Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Professor Means. What brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena, I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The one thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, don't worry. I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only just heard of it a moment ago. Oh. So she thinks Professor Means would be...
No, I can't let that happen. Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie? I know, Athena, but will you please hear me out? Athena, do you actually think Hugh or Robin could have committed the murder? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides, Junie, they're the only ones who could move freely around the campus at that time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point in time, I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. Fuck you, dude. But how can you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? I am a result-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means, especially for me, Professor Aristotle means. Ugh, I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo! But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I am your lawyer, after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? About your confession, Junie, it's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't he? Didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was that I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. When did you three first become friends? Well, even though we are in different courses, we really bonded from the first day of school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah! No, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. But the situation kind of changed recently. When the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course, I teach producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, the clash of ideals created a rift among our students. At some point, we'd stopped talking about it. While that meant fewer arguments, it also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking with us about that difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday you weren't home after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room, where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. That really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's got to be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture around 6, which was before I had left the art room. The clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we'd better check out the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say around 8:30. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Oh, right, the statues that Robin made. So they were covered with white sheets. Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. I think this meeting's over, Professor Means. I will use any means possible to get the results I want in Juniper's case. But it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off. Junie and Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this is another one of your crazy... By sundown today. Yes. I, Athena Psychis, along with Apollo Justice. Wait a second, don't drag me into... We're going to discover the truth behind the murder mystery. What? And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what the truth is. I see. So it has come to this, has it? If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that you're okay with this too, Professor Means. I have no objections as long as Juniper is satisfied with the arrangement. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me, but you can thank me all you want once we get to the bottom of this. Very well. I will see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just she's new to the agency, so... Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. Now, let us meet here again later. If you'll excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later. But if the trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? This is no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Sup, girl? How you doing? Ah. Is it my imagination, or did something just move? Sup, Gavin? Afternoon, you two? I'm Prosecutor Gavin. What are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking in onto campus like this is just slightly suspicious? I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial, and that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress. But you needn't have asked, Fraulein. I'd intended to help from the start. Yay! We get to hang out with Gavin. You are the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky, big crescent moon, isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeve to make the concert really rock. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banner, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's that design on the banner in the back? I know the scales of the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's a serious pain or something. Athena. Isn't a on the is there? That's the Japanese logo, Fraulein. Oh, and a nice pig Latin F forehead, really smooth. Oh, I meant it looked like the number 6, rocking seriously hard. 9, Fraulein. It's a G for the Japanese. Not 8-6, but whatever floats your pretty boat. So, where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made from heavyweight, high-grade cloth, a missing banner, and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to solve, yeah. Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was of Prosecutor Gavin. I'm sure he's upset about that. As you can see here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me, and right here, air rights statue. I'm glad you two have made up, but little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you, Forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, this statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try and put them back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star? Octung! That's an uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Yay! Let's do this! Schnell! Is this an investigation, or am I interpreting a German language club's social event? B. I found one! A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. Okay. Oh no, Prosecutor Gavin, you're a complete wreck, literally. Why in the world would someone do something like this? I don't know, but whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release. Apollo, you fucking flip-flop with your opinion on this man, don't you? Can I take that as a confession, Forehead? What? No! I feel bad for Robin. She works so hard on these. Let's pick up the pieces for her. You got it. Let's check every corner of the stage then, yeah? Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Nice. Z. Ooh, there's a fragment. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be more. Found another. These really got fucking everywhere, didn't they? I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky as a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under the starry sky, don't you think it's romantic, Fraulein? And the waning crescent moon represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. If it starts raining, my hair will be ruined. What if you say so, mate? the other statue Robin made. It's been smashed to pieces. If there's some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see is itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together but left his like this. We could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Hey, lady. Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off. I knew it. I know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh? Alright. Well, I don't think anything else is here. I'm not seeing nothing. It looks like it would feel good to break them. I'm sure it would feel good to break them. Drop a bowler. Just making sure. Okay. There is still something there. But how... where would they be? Where else would you like me to look? Oh. Nothing. Nothing. Aha! That's how they wanted me to get up there. This looks like another piece of the statue. Thanks, Apollo! That makes 5 pieces in total. I think we have all we're going to find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to reword that. Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put the statue back together. Alright, Apollo. You come here and Prosecutor Gavin, you hold this. Wow. Impressive. Not a seam in sight. Oh, we did! Not bad, if I do say so myself. Yeah. But don't you think this is strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with these leftover white pieces? These look like they go together. And this one too. Athena, what do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. Wow, you made that? So, what is it? It's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite the feat you pulled off there, Fraulein. Whew! I love that feeling you get after work really hard on something. No. I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it's doing here. Not sure. There's no statue like that in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen the statue somewhere before. But where? The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving to the right in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know, that pole at the end of the stage. Uh-huh. You mean this? It has a wire that goes and connects to something somewhere.
Up there?
Okay. An impressive building fit for an impressive school. It's not what I was looking at, Apollo, but okay. Yeah, and these beautiful walls are like big black canvases. See? My shoe print leaves really distinct marks. I'd cut it out before you get us in trouble. That wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who had been here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Fraulein. It's still crawling with cops, though. Hey! Anyone in the art room? Hi! Oh, it's you people! Oh, in the name, in justice we trust. Ah, it's Detective Fulbright. In justice we trust. Is that some kind of greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there? Of course! Just leave it to me. Aw, you're so helpful. Thank you, sir. How's that? Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Always glad to help. In justice we trust. So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? Looks like the banner's down now. Let's take a look. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner. Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this. The bottom part is all knotted. Let me try and unravel it. Oh. Jeez. Did you really have to do that? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things you have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, a scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's blowing away. I got it! Yes! Great catch, huh? October, Hugh, 120. 120. Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October, Hugh, 120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe. Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how Hugh could get beyond perfect. Fraulein, shall we inspect the banner again, now that it's been unraveled? This is the emblem that was on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look. There's a dark red stain here just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right. And the art room in there is where the murder occurred. What are you Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The stain might be from the victim's blood. The statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Right. The goddess bearing scales and a sword, she's a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Right. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. Whew! That was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that middle fence over there? There's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. Looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. But they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. These tracks look man-made. Hey, you're right. And it looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there. Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. Just like something... Looks like something was being dragged through here, and this is where it started. Yeah, but whatever it is, it's long gone. Must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. Ah, then I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right, I think we'd better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? What else? The Gavineers banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know, it might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? I think that's part of it, yeah. Don't tell me. So in short, that's... Hey. That box. It just took off running. I have a pretty good idea who it is, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance of area's over in that direction after that box. Maintenance area, wow. Miriam, you're liable to get tossed into the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Oh, you got a new one. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams. Everything I've worked so hard for gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure of a reporter. Failure of a reporter? Come to think of it, calling her a failure reporter might have been a bit extreme. Scold me, despise me, back me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to waste away into a big pile of mushy paper mache. I kind of feel responsible for this, but now's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were thinking. What kind of person do you think I am? He read me like a book. And that was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Oh no, Gavin's gonna be so fucking pissed off. Take a look at this. Why are you showing me a burnt old rag? Wait. It's really hard to see, but I think that's a Gavineer's logo there. So is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burnt up. Don't look at me! I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat and burn her box? We should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to the case, Apollo. Gavin's upset. He spent a lot of money on that. Miriam, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure of a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism wasn't for me. This last step is to erase all the photos on my PC. I'm really going to go and do it. Here it goes. 5%, 10%. 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it? Oh. No, my photo stopped! Cancel abort! You had a loud laptop there. You should get a new one. Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all our hearts. Oh, Athena, that was cringeworthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took this amazing photo of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciate it. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club, the only member in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close ever since they were freshman year, so, well... Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Oh, wait a second, are you thinking what I think you're thinking? That's exactly what I'm thinking, Miriam. You want to be in their little trio. Oh. How could you possibly know that? I love her hair ties being those big ass paper clips. It's so cute. That's one of B's laptop. There's a kitty cat! Look, there's a kitty cat. There's a kitty cat. Oh, it's a tiny little thing. It's a cute little kitty cat. I love a cute little kitty cat. Ooh, boo, 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 boo. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. I really feel bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. Huh? You have a laptop I could use. Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you can hang out with them. What? Like I could ever do that. Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like a good cop, bad cop, all rolled into one. Fine, I'll do it, if that's all you want. Yeah. I'll be by later to bring you the laptop. Wait. It's not like I owe you anything, but here. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Looks like they're setting up the stage. Yeah, it took them when I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop into place. Wow, you sure have a good eye for photography, from what I can make out anyway. These are 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours, and just what I fucking thought, okay? So this backdrop is this is the backdrop, right? And that's what's behind, that's what's in this photo. And this photo was taken at 6 p.m. Meaning that the clock in the art room is either an hour fast or it stopped working. Well, see you around, scary lawyer. That was really impressive, Athena. What's next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugh or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find him. Well, here it is. The art room where the grisly crime occurred. Let's start looking. Stop right there! This is an active crime scene! No unauthorized personnel allowed. What? Can't you make an exception? You won't even notice what... Freeze! I don't think so. No exceptions, no moving along, nothing to see here. Ugh. He doesn't seem very accommodating this time. Let's try again later. Bye-bye, Fulbright. Kisses you. Hey, that's Hugh over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure, but you two? Nah. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you were a possible suspect, plus you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So, what do you want from me? But, to make it brief, I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. About your confession today, you weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I have no choice, thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So, you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way, you don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just that. A means to an end. Or, as we say around here, the end justifies the means. Ugh, but I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugo Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I underestimated you? You'd make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Could Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I have no intention of saying anything more, now if you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we just might discuss you-know-what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I'd open up to you? So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Then again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin. You're just wasting your time with your time and mine. Next question. About the meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd, why did she want to see you? I have no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Professor Means strikes again. Then again, who cares the lawyer course? But didn't Professor Court used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth? How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong! I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Professor Court's memory. I see. Very well, Miss Psychis. I'll testify tomorrow about the truth you're so interested in. Hugh? But... Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Till just recently, actually. Were? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secrets, she has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. Oh, what are you saying? This conversation is over. I said I don't have time, and I meant it. Hugh, stop. He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore. Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? It'd be nice to change the face. Hopefully, the police have completed their investigation. Alright. We don't have as much time left anyway. Ha ha ha! Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again! Thanks again for lowering the school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So, this art room was where the murder actually occurred? That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks that spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if you're talking about the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear. Unless I find out what it is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow! You saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really... come on, just tell us already. No, he was having fun. Let him have his fun. I like when he's having fun. Aw, you're no fun. See? Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean the tape recorder? Exactly! The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here, they analyze the voice and tape inside and out. See, interesting. And you thought the voice in the tape said Hugo Connor. Thanks for the good laugh, I guess. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So, now there's evidence of Juniper shouting you're a goner around the time of the death? If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout like that in the first place. Interesting. Sorry. Sorry I hit you. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Hey, this area with the rope around it. That's where we detected a large bloodstain. In short, the victim was stabbed here or somewhere close by. The fact there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right? Right, but we were able to detect trace amounts of blood. Merely wiping it does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing, and that, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I'd appreciate if you'd let me have the cool lines. Patty little heady. Oh, poor guy. A mock trial script on the floor, and nearby an envelope marked use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here, by Miriam Scuttlebutt, and the title is Rogue et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial even if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring in up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence, it also says. Welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used. Yeah, but if the decision was left up to Miss Court, then she definitely would not have picked that one. Mostly due to her personal bias. But the scripts were selected by Professor Court, considering how she valued the truth. I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow. You have the title memorized already? Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue? Huh. Wow, it is. Oh, is it just that, but all in just interesting. Okay. You're right. I wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this? Some wire and a winch. So this is how they reeled the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the scene from there. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo. Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. Ugh, I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. Yeah, this is just what happens when you make fun of Gavin. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them around here. Let's see, looks like everyone from the judge call submitted one. The victim, Constance Court, was the Fine Arts Club advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I'd keep a bunch of scripts, but I'd wager that's how they wound up here. Poor, stressed out, overworked Professor Court. I know exactly how that feels. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. Yeah, office has room for multiple desks? I'm surprised. I want to talk, Apollo. Me? What about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. There's a paint palette here. No surprise, considering this is the art room. Looks like someone mixed yellow and red to make orange. I prefer yellow. You, on the other hand, are way too red. What's that supposed to mean? I think this is saying that the two of us have to work together to solve this case. Oh! What if this is Professor Court sending us a message from beyond the grave? What about the blob right next to it? The one with red and green. Maybe she's implying that you need more delicious greens in your diet? Are you saying Professor Gord is watching over our dietary habits from the pearly gates? Interesting. Interesting. Oh, the voice analysis. Issue, does the voice shouting Iragana belong to Juniper Woods? Result, the voice is a perfect match. Testing is underway regarding signs of post-recording editing. The tape has about 10 minutes and 35 seconds of noise requiring further testing. That's a lot. I don't feel like I have any questions for you, so I'll come back if I need to. Yo, Gavin. I found your thing. Why are you carrying a sooty mess of fabric around? Yeah, about that. This is kind of hard to say, but... This is the banner you've been looking for. It was found in the incinerator. What? This ash and cinder? That's all that's left? Somehow, I don't think it was a random act of vandalism. Yeah, no doubt. Bears some relation to the case at hand. In short, this was a challenge directed at me and the Gaviniers fans everywhere. Mark my words for our line. I will find the perpetrator behind this crime. Great, thanks. Does he mean whoever burned the flag? Or the professor's killer? I'll just cross my fingers that they're one and the same. Things are in my throat. I mean, 3 mock trial participants could have moved the body before it started. That's why the killer must be Robin Hugel Juniper. Right, and that means at least one of them is lying. To make matters worse, I have a feeling each of them is hiding some sort of secret. We'll just have to bring it all to light. I'm looking forward to it, but... I'm not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. Hi, baby. Kisses you. Hi. Hi. Blood lost from a deep stab wound in the victim's side. What would I ask you about? This is always a hard bit with this, because I don't know what it is that I don't know. So sometimes I have no fucking clue what they're expecting me to want to be asking. Because, like, I feel like I have all the relevant information, but clearly I don't. Otherwise we would be moving on by now. Have I just not examined something yet? Okay. Let's see. Oh, right. The clock is important. This is the clock that created the major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time! I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. Wait, obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by a whole hour. No, detective? But... This clock must have taken an hour. Must have also been an hour ahead when the photo was taken. Yeah, obviously. That's what I was thinking. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackquill won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Oh, wait, just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead at the time of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I might just have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there was a moon outside the window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book. But if you look at the window in the back with the winch attached to it, you'll see the only view you had is the opposite building of the school. Oh, then what's this moon doing here? I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't even seen the stage until yesterday. This backdrop with a starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. Isn't this the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, detective. It shows that it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where the moon is in the... This shows where the moon in this photo came from and the truth of Junie's testimony. What? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it will become crystal clear. They were still prepping the stage, so the backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. You can see I can see that. That's the big board hanging here. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail. It is. But I believe that we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. And at around 6 p.m. when this was taken, a photo of the same board was taken from the front. What do you mean from the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a look. Are you suggesting the moon is the one in the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And, as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. So, the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. Ow! How can I get the face prosecutor Blackquill now? Yes! I just blew a hole in a piece of evidence of the prosecution. Hell yeah, you did. You're very good at it, too. That's gonna give the prosecution decisive advantage. Prepare to get owned tomorrow. I don't think so. We have new evidence that will blow your case out of the water.
Oh yeah? Well, Prosecutor Blackwheel has a witness ready to deliver brand new testimony. My dad can beat up your dad. Plus, he has a new tie and a pair of even fancier shackles just ready to break. He got himself a new tie. See, it really is my dad can beat up your dad. Tomorrow's trial will be ours, in justice we trust.
Well, tomorrow I'll be using a new shampoo and I'm changing breakfast cereals too. What about you, Apollo? You'll be new with... What'll be new with you tomorrow? I think we should approach the case with a fresh new attitude. It's what's on the inside that's important. We'll be fine as long as we stand strong. Well, Apollo, that was actually really inspiring. I see. I don't think I have anything else to talk to you about. I think everything's fine now and I don't need to be here anymore. Kisses you, bye bye. No. No. Fine. Herman, perfect man, I'm back again. What do you have to say to me this time? What have I already looked at? Is there really anything super important to be looking at now? What else would I want to be talking to you about?
What else would I be wanting to talk to you about?
I don't think there is anything else that I want to be talking to you about. I don't know what else you want to know. What else is in this room that I can be thorough about, huh? This is a weirdo. It kind of looks like there's a prosecutor's badge on top of the statue. But it's not as if you look... Well, it's not if you look real close. That's a strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh, look! It has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Real creative. Art. Either it's too abstract to understand, or as subtle as a sledgehammer. Are you saying you don't appreciate art, Apollo? Look! A piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last very long. Not with the way she deals with her own work, anyway. Yeah, seems like such a waste. I mean, it's one already. This one already has some colour on it. It looks like bloodstains, the way the glaze is dripped on. Just like bloodstains. And just as we trust, that does look like bloodstains. We better examine that once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is. And then brought over here to... at which point some of the blood dripped onto these pieces. Means the body was very well could have been dropped from the window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below this window, and the storehouse there has a mat and ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like the script. The killer sure has a thing for Junie's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? And just as we trust, it's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about that now. Now the body was moved and would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright. Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching the videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Bye-bye. For real this time. Mama, bye-bye. Yes, it's very cool and all. There she is! Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena! Apollo! What are you doing? What are you watching here? Oh, it just happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had a bit of coercion. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? Here it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look at the true connections between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'm glad. I'll tell you anything you want. About your confession today, why'd you do that? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right, the end justifies some means. So, you're a follower of Professor Means too? Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them both. She brushed that one off like a pro. And with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no, my parents told me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so. But that doesn't make what she did right. Could you please tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right. You made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes, I did, both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at the time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. As Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m. and neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? Have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And just today I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow. They must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why Athena and I simply must have this, and this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Huh? Don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty, please. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. I thank you for revealing who I am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead. There's a new rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, here is to seek out misconduct among the student body. But rumor has it the grades were being bought and sold through this surveillance network. That's bribery! The situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. While all of this is important stuff, I still want to ask about that thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about there. Okay, thing in the art room. Oh, yes, the statue. Oh, Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense! That has to be one of Professor Court's creations, man! Professor Court's artistic sense. Professor Court's artistic sense! That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. Eclectic? In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Court's work, wasn't it? The statue in that photo, it was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Court had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try fixing it somehow. So, this is the statue in its proper state. You bet! Just look at the wild silhouette. Oh, it's so cute! I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Alcina, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right. I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed, maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does on this photo. But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about we watch the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So, how do you want to watch it? Oh, classroom desktops at this school have their own built-in computer, you know? Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you all for coming here today. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial is the crown jewel event of the school festival. Will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come the teacher's speeches always make you so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks to me like she caught right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself. She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen, and the witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are for the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Cord were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that is why the defendant is definitely guilty. Huh, that's me, could you tell? Objection. A frail poet like her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Got me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it. Wow. What an emotional performance. She'd put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you were a goner, but I didn't mean it. Stop! Did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. I'm going to show Robin a piece of evidence that links up with what we've heard in that case. I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner. The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but the voice on the tape really is... tape is really a recording. One made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. I don't get to do a voice print analysis, and they didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically the only one who has with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No way! Professor Means' credo is the end justifies the means, so it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get the tape analyzed as soon as possible. Allow me to assist you with that. Sup, dude? Prosecutor Kevin! At least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. It's go big or go home with a rock star interest in this flower line. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright. Very much so, thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I'd find. I'm surprised. This investigation only took me 1-2 hours. And that about covers the main gist of the investigation. I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today. Thank you for your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it will be getting dark soon, so... Junie? You must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me. I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promise. We're going to discover the truth behind the murder mystery, and we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what the truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please, please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analysed now, but from what I can tell, the voice is all the same. And the only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be you. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right right then as well, wouldn't you have seemed a little less suspicious? Say, what will you, Athena? But none of us... Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hughie's a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. No, I'm sure of it. She's lying. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? What's your tail? What you doing? What you doing? What's your tail? What you doing? What you doing? What's your tail? Okay. It's not on your face then. Interesting. Where else could it be? I saw a thing. Oh, this bit is so annoying. And how many times you gotta listen to it if you're just not looking in the right place? It is, I do think it's, like, really cool and stuff, though. Like, especially with the music. Oh. Is it this to indicate a breathing? Yeah. Huh. Okay. Roll it again. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more, in fact. He has outstanding grades, does he? And he never causes trouble, does he? Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me, no matter how hard you try. When you said, and never causes trouble, a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that's also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret? About me? I don't understand. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means Hugh must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her an accomplice? He ended their friendship after he found out what Junie's secret, which makes her the snitch? You were Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything they do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. And while fulfilling your role, you learn something about Hugh you would rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out to feel like this. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's and the snitch and Hugh's. Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connected to the case somehow. That's a good question. It's a good question. A very good question. I guess the only thing I haven't really talked about is that scrap of paper, but I don't know what it's for.
Take that!
Yeah. That's not it. You see, I wasn't trying to hide anything. There's one cool customer, Athena. Oh, wait. I don't think that was the right piece of evidence. Maybe show me. We won't change the fact that I've already told you all I know. I must have something that proves Junie's a snitch and Hugh's connected to the case. Must I? Like what? And murder weapon with Junie's fingerprints on it. The voice recording. The photo. Statue. The banner. What the fuck would it be? What the fuck would it be? What the fuck would it be? So what? The routine report need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. Maybe?
Take that!
Right here in Professor Court's planner it says routine report. I believe this is meant to mean that the snitch would report to Professor Court. I also believe that Professor Court planned to meet with Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put 2 and 2 together and figured out your secret. So, you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me, Lena. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected Hugh from the start. You did. And now this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I've talked about friendship so much but I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. But I don't need to sense the pain you're feeling right now. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Sorry, Apollo. I gave you way too cool of a voice. Oh, Apollo. Please, Junie. Tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The dark age of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her views. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. And that report session on her planner, the one from October 22nd, was a part of that. Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend? I mean, depends on what he did, I'd say. I had accidentally heard Hugh talking. And what did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. Hugo's buying his way through school, and if that's the case, then that evidence that always seems out of place might actually be a secret. I mean, that's the only other thing I have, right? Oh, we found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got a huge name on it. I don't know what the number meant, but at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. I mean, it didn't have to be grand, but sure, why not? What's more, I take a look at this mark. That same mark is on the pages of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right. Oh, wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court. Ooh, hopefully not. But... that is impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect to accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do something with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason I suspected Hugh. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his... Oh, Sina! Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I?
Uh-huh.
In that hallway, Hugh's hands. His hands
Wow.
were dripping with blood.
Oh, okay. His hands were dripping with blood. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer. But my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore. Athena? So, she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Journey, it must have been terrible holding all that in, but it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And it's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. If that's okay with you, Professor Mains. My main concern is whether you can defeat the prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. If I will be watching from the gallery. And shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Athena, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry. We already know what the prosecutor's key piece of evidence is fake. And thanks to you, we've figured out the motive too. Let's give it our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong tomorrow? Go wrong this time? Well, there's always a bit of a struggle, isn't there? Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. Alrighty then. Trial time. Are you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. We will punch Black Quill, and I'm not sure why. Twitch thinks Black Quill is some kind of slur or something bad in some capacity, which just goes to show he's untrustworthy. Even Twitch censors think so. The voice print analysis came back and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. Awesome. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Imagine every time you try and put your name on something, it blocks it. Yeah, that sounds horrid. Who's there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No. I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and the box girl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Thanks, Gavin. I'm so glad you're here to hang out in this trial, Gavin. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out for the truth. Time for a mini Court of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Psychus and I'm fine. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I need to go to the bathroom. Give me a second, sir. Give me a second. Give me a good old second. Ugh. It'll be the coolest trial you ever see. I mean, not true, but you know. One of Athena's. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Psychic Case Brigade is totally psyched. I mean, this defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. I mean, isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, moving right along, yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody, understood? Your boldness. Robin Newman and Hugo Connor have recanted their confessions. You mean rescinded? But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find... Oh my god. Blackwell, you speaking destroyed me. I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. I know what it means, I just never heard that word before. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. How about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday? A pity but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. If he doesn't, I'll cry. But if that's the case, then what will we... The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage. And I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said. But what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the bloodstain. Blood was found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area. Which is to say, the body was carried over to that very window. And from there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. And though there was nary a scratch on the body aside from the fatal wound. That, too, was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body-moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way. Your whatever the fuck you're saying, Blackwheel, I don't care. Why you? Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is more unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Sup, Hugh? Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugo Connor. I'm a senior at the Legal Academy and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday I told that lawyer there that I would testify the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Saigas. What's up with him now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now, your testimony, please. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. So I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Saigas? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight for us today, using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high while setting up the stage, a mat was brought over the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it? Oh, there's plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to the case. We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. Watching from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area, she was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. Interesting. Interesting. Mr. Confidence sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant any of that to be misleading, but it doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena. A genius like you could be leading you right into a trap. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, but all I can do is charge forward with both eyes opened. The rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper behind the stage. Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? I was between the stage and the maintenance area, and she was behind the back rock. He's sticking to his guns. The issue here is where Hugh was standing when he says he saw Junie, but nothing is, I say, will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper. Oh, and before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. But that is not an issue. Did I... Could I present this? Because I think the issue we're pointing out is the fact that there was a, we don't have a map of the stage. But, because they hadn't taken down this yet, and he's saying he was standing just behind the fence, so... So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area. Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the student setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here? Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of these next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, It should be right here. And from that vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my! But the screen would have been completely in the way. That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Youch. Order! Order, Mr. O'Connor! Have you been lying to this court? Screen. Right. It must have slipped my mind. What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something so as literally big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind, you mouth breathers have. And the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart again? Will the witness please restate what he remembers minus the lapses in memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen. You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage was not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would have to be at the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Dude, you know you don't have to carry that big-ass bow with you everywhere? Is that your only personality trait? Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Alright, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that golden boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage. But then the screen would have blocked his view of... On the ground, yes. His view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, don't look at the photo again, do you think? Something on the other side of the screen. Something high enough to see the stage. No way. This crane? Right here. But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither. But it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. Ugh. It's very Byakuya Togami of you, but at least Byakuya is way more fun to be around. He's a fun arsehole. You just annoy me. What's all this about a promise? Is about whatever Black Quill is using against him. And what's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within the school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? The witness... I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane.
Hold it!
Actually, that just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. And you were probably working at the same site the previous day too. Is this what you're thinking, Athena? Oh yeah, it does kind of look like you. Yep, as the court can see in the photo captioned the crane operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure it's... Sure, but it's at least worth a try. You can clearly identify the person in this photo by... his neck, because that's the only distinguishing feature about him. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why, yes, you can see it right there, but then are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck. Guess I have no choice. Wow. Oh my. So, where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Well, it sure looks like a neckband in the photo. Should we have a photo analyzed? You're one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Oh, you see, I'm a genius, so, you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with that inane charade, golden boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwheel, please don't. High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, you failed to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you. Does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please! Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. 25? Jeez Louise, my dude. Wait, come again? take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. It's all right there. 25? You mean he's older than me? A 25-year-old in high school? I mean, I guess it happens. A 70 break? 7 years. I've just one thing to say. There are 2 kinds of 70 breaks in ordinary kind you mouth breeders take. And the genius kind people like me take. But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happen to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh can get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when we saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all he needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor? Yes, Miss Lycus? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that would turn the prosecution's claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped me as before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to move the body. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is licensed crane operator, so he could have moved it to... he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter. Save that. This does not bode well for you. Wait. He's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. You got strong teeth. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating a crane itself is so complex it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this. What did you do to yourself, mate? Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I have already verified with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery, such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane.
Okay, but when did you hurt your hand?
I planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought this was a big break I was waiting for. Now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped off a third floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See? I've been paying attention. Well done, your boldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat, ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think we were on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved via her script. So, as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Miss Psychess, if you have another counter-argument, the court would love to hear it, and if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't that right, your boldness? No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case. There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. It's called evidence. Tisk. Oh, you don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. I think I know. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Yeah, the line! Someone could have easily used that thing. Oh, yes, of course. Miss Psychess, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I need to do is show the tiniest shred of possibility. The mat and the ball card weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. I don't have it. Yeah, I don't know if I have it directly. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. The wire that's strung between the art room and the stage, which allows students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely could have fallen. yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are used to carry things. So, what do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on. Please explain. The body was bundled into a pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying.
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as the corpse performing that absurd high wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad. The one with the winds. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and the banner had naught to do with the case at all. Oh, the bloodstained pottery. I remember that. This doesn't look good. We can't be back to the mat theory if we don't do something. Point out the bloodstain on the thing. Miss Psychess, I hope you have something better than this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been the victim's blood at all. At first we thought it was red glaze, but it turned out to be blood. But what if we go back to the time when it was just red glaze by all accounts?
Objection!
But the police have clearly identified it as blood. You can't change fact to fiction, Miss Psychess. Oh, so then it's Hugh's blood. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Psychess Donor. Have a little more respect for the constiplinary. Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your boldness, I demand the blood on the pottery be analysed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get results back. Bye, Fulbright. Oh my, that was quick. Oh, where? History, but turned out that it was the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's. Seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with the case reveals The blood belongs to one Hugo Connor. Fucking knew it. Score! Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then again, Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Psychostona, for it is she who forces me to expose your truth. Fine, whatever. Wow, how much dirt does he have on you? Oh, Jesus. The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside this that Miriam's Scuttlebutt script was found. Miss Scuttlebutts? But didn't the prosecution already claim that? The envelope, the one that contained... This envelope is the one that contained her script. Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word! Talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed. You can clearly see that if the envelope was not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court. Huh. That's what she meant by that. Nice. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness. This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. The blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's. There's no longer any basis denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again... You call yourself a lawyer. Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out... You? How can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. A body sent sliding around that wire would have crashed into them. Kettle explain that away. Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. Ugh. So the body would have collided with the statues. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them... That would explain the loud noise we heard while we were in the waiting room. Oh, now that you mention it. You and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, right?
Objection.
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored in tears when we were waiting room and when... Precisely. If that sound you heard had happened while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial. Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. He said he saw the body before the mock trial, so if so, then my claim about the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed. The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That had been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection.
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Prosecutor Blackwheel is on our side. I bet he's figuring out the truth behind this case. Oh, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If these statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know... I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about that? Well, which is it? You what? I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie in this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about it this whole time. I'm sorry. Yes, we've exposed huge big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. And the base premise of the premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has some impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor that this brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least we know the body was moved using the wire in the school banner. Indeed. That much I shall concede, Psychos Dono. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then. If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection.
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is the person in charge of the audio? Oh no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper was in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. The one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, but she was in charge of the audio. Why, yes, I see, that does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how we slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side. At least in this issue. Twisted Ceremony strikes again. Twisted? It's more like dirty rotten. Your boldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. Prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Lycus? Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing, nada. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Ugh. Poor Junie, unless we figure out something, she'll be... Objection. Well, I object to... Stop right there. All ears on me. It's time to be... You've heard about the rare genius of Hugo Connor. Listen, and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Oh, my dude? Perfect crime? Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yeah, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor. You already confessed yesterday that earlier you recounted your confession. If you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection.
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for us all. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. Ah. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi. For you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this. But you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken up by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me in the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Huh. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness testimony not make sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me and the prosecution. Your boldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and I'll move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me! It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called and they want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have a weird device for testimony like this? Widget, it's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So, how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackwell. The prosecutor said, rubbish, we will be out on a stroll. Then left with Detective Paul. That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Fair enough, man. That's a fair enough reaction. How does he get away with stuff like that? Then I'll interpret that to meaning he has no explicit objections. Alright then, Miss Psychos, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my fair share of crazy trials, but this one takes a cake. Alright. Come on, Widget. Overwhelming joy. You won't believe this, but I use a body double. that wasn't the real me in the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose my body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I see. I see. I don't get it. His confession is overflowing with happiness. Maybe he enjoys thinking how some mouth breathers can't comprehend his genius. But that goes way beyond normal happiness. He seems to take an immense level of delight in his confession. Even a normal level of delight would be weird for a confession. And again, he's not what I call normal. Hugh. Why are you confessing? Who is this really for? I feel like that's the key to his out of control emotion. Yeah, that's what I was figured. That he's happy because he's defending Juniper. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you really didn't care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, but I might as well tell you I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Gord. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I didn't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing, and one thing only, the truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you... I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings are for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Ah, back from your walk, were you? How'd it go? Why, Professor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. The confession was naught but lies, save for the part about being in a mock trial. Can we all agree that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Ka, why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do. And if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. I used a body double. Wasn't really me in that mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had to run at the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Okay, what was that? But what was this shock here? No. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. And then there is sadness later on as well. Tally of your efforts, yes, thank you. Yep, happiness, happiness, sadness. No. Okay. Inconsistent with your testimony. The happiness being stronger? But no, that's consistent. Isn't it? Because, or are we trying to prove that you still care about Juniper? Because if that's what we're doing, then I point out the happiness, and then or the fact that there is a statement that has no emotion at all. Why is this one nothing at all? I didn't almost lose, you say? Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during the statement. You don't know when to give up. Oh, wait, now that I think about it. No, don't. Stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall... It was during Professor Means' pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body, then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, this was at the far end of the lecture hall, around the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection.
Psychos don't know. How much longer will we indulge him in this charade? While it's true that none of the audience might see him through either of those doors, the faculty seats and balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side and facing the front hall. I use the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to somebody on the left balcony. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. Yeah, Mr. Means is on the left side. I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where it takes me. You said the balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during the pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, that can't be right. You do no one any favours by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told you plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. Doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. The second floor was deserted. Why won't you believe me? It's true, I tell you. Through the back door without anyone noticing. Then all I had to do was go through the empty control room. Leads me into the hallway, so I could perfectly capable of moving the body. Why does that make you sad? I detect powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. Ah. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. Someone who was in the audio control room was Juniper. I know you realize there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy if the audio control room really was empty. That would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor. If you really want to protect Juniper Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in the dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hughes's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwheel, and cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to my verdict. He broke out of his shackles again. I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. Hugo Connor. In defense of your valor, I will limit your suffering to one clean blow. Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not... Okay, whatever you said, mate. I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Very well. Golden boy may live. For now. Enough already. Mr. O'Connor, Miss Woods would never want to protect her this way. Would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me. Though in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first, but the stuff he said was crazy. Ugh. No, don't rub it in. Don't shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery. So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse when I confronted my parents over the phone. Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. Oh, I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0. Hugh. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday. So I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us. Looks like we seriously misunderstood him, in more ways than one. At the detention centre yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If this were something that could help me prove that to Hugh... we still have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet that we'll be carrying it around. I know. What about that proof of the friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck, that's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Oh, how very interesting and chic. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings for friendship towards the other two. Doesn't matter if I wear it or if I wear it, if those two.
Objection!
But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship bands somewhere. Junie and Robin both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me what the others where the proofs of friendship. Where they're easy to touch, where they're hard to hide, where they aren't showing them. They aren't wearing them now. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies, ready? Yours is on your arm. Miss Newman holds her arm when brushed. And Miss Athena holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
You got a weird voice, mate.
Hugh! Hey, Hugh!
Oh, she's so cute.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
Oh, friendship. Wow, friendship. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body, I didn't even see it, and it may look like I'm speed reading Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. You. So, Miss Psychess, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Am I to understand the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Huh? Does this mean... Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
Please wait. What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial could continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we've found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite to him really was empty. Which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the other person who didn't have an alibi in the mock trial was the professor. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many times am I going to have to say it? So, basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech. I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane! I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave you the phony recording to you? Gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantial allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded in this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why, this is extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
The seat was ever empty, 'twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms. Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. How many inmates does this guy know? I have a feeling he talked to a lot of people while he was in the fucking clink. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight.
A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough from both of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in the faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. Yeah, dude is probably friends with the whole fucking prison at this point. I mean, who wouldn't want to be friends with the scariest looking guy there? The guy who clearly killed and is willing to kill again. I agree. Professor Means should be in the gallery today. Do as you please. Hi, dude. You please state your name and occupation for the record. Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at the Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor Means. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Psychos. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows his speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no, I'd forgotten how long and boring this speech was. Wake me up once it's over. Ain't no fair. The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adult. Ah, you there? Wake up, pay attention. Huh? I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor? Huh? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over us today. Well, she's not white. Pay attention and you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. Yeah, well, I just found the fucking contradiction. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Psychos don't know. If you have subjected me to this epic study of tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. You were asleep the whole time. Well, Miss Psychos, did you notice anything about this speech? Could I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching over all of us today. There! I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does the last part we just heard contradict this? The Lady Justice statue. The professor said pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's gold as gold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that test of authenticity. I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor, but it's true that this statue was pure white. But it broke before the mock trial began, and the one you see is a replacement. Oh, well, that's a shame on every count. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake if its colour had been present. Seems I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part. The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in the balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There's got to be something that can prove the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. That's a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone else wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. How do you figure out how long it was? Easy, there's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes on from the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show it was pre-recorded. Between 6 PM and 8. "10 minutes and 35 seconds of noise, requiring further testing." I would like the court to take a look at this. And this is the voice print analysis that proves the voice in the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we establish that the voice in the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did. But what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise. Yes! The defense believes it resulted from the tape's previous recording was... when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. The 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read in the moment the Professor Means began his speech? Oh, that would be exactly 10. Now let's fast forward long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 2035. But based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right. Subtract the 10 minutes and you got 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means's pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident, considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
But is it really just numbers? Lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analysing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Psychus, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what happened. All I've stated were obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you've cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. This doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say by all means. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, but by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because of the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On the most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teachings that state the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends, the witnesses. Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream, and that was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me with her own professor to that end. You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to rigorously defend her despite her threatening me.
There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, these days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I'm so sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Steel yourself for the new courtroom reality. That does it! He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since I'm already surrendered to the dark age, he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Psychostono? Something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Miss Psychos. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify the situation. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. Sorry, there was a bug on me, so I ended up hitting you by accident. The defendant came to me and said that it was very important and by necessity secret. Asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after the alibi due to pre-recording. But then I said I would protect Juniper and meant it because it's the most humane thing to do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total bro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual actions. Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi? You have every reason to be surprised. I, too, was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly. Is he kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. The problem is, now, how am I going to expose it? It is an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused? Did you consider that a threat? Yes, but it's now you whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Psychos, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper. What? Your Honor, I ask that you too do not let her feigned weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings. Your Honor, the witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character. Very well, objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. Also said that I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. How could you overlook such a threat? As teacher, it's your duty to discipline students. Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do in this matter.
I suppose it's just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder, and that she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does the witness realize what he's saying? Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I am merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times. Oh wow. His way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid logic inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we see inconsistencies between his actions and words. It is a dark age we live in, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. But when I said I'd protect Juniper, I meant it. You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. He'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie. What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration for Juniper. I've nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I am protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student. Liar! You're trying to pin blame on her. How am I going to show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking? You cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, it is unsaleable logic my unsaleable logic is not truth, then what is? If he thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm going to find a hole in his story, and if it's the last thing I do. Okay, what do I have? What do I have that, like, is something the professor himself did? The mock trial body with a protruding arrow found in the quad, but the murder weapon wasn't all. The arrow was inserted as a ruse. The actual murder scene was the art room, where traces of blood were found on the floor. The body was dropped on the third floor. Da 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 da. If I could borrow an arrow from the archery club, I could give away part of the script's plot. Things to prepare. Buy the school festival funds. Buy with school festival funds. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be red. One from the prosecutor course. Z. Oh yes, because he gave this to Hugh to give to the police. After losing my alibi. But when I said I would protect Junie, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. R.
Objection!
So, let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods? Huh. That's nothing more than a bold-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles. Your Honor, it is an outrage. Miss Psychest will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this.
The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor, and he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness. The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself while blaming others. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Why, you dare call my teachings and methods lies? What the fuck? Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Huh? Professor Means? What's with your hair? Quiet! No talking in class. Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Psychus. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I'm here. Fool, the proper response is here without any extraneous information. Ow, here. Next, Your Honor. Here. C class. That's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. I said Simon Blackwell. Are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant. Get out. Very well, if you wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. Yeah! Ha-ha! It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinary committee. I'm not surprised! My baby, my precious boy. But is that really so shocking? No, it's not. The biggest kissy for you, sir. Cerebral lapdog of teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Please don't say that to him. The fucking fangirls will hear you. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinary. All right, class is now in session. Ugh. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomachache? Main point, Juniper is the killer, I am innocent. Pay attention, I am not the killer, Juniper is. Now, this will be on the next test, so you had better be listening. But, Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the block trial. I was not at school. Okay. Whatever you say, my dude. Nice handwriting, by the way. Athena, you disappoint me. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred at the on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time, so how could I have been involved in this crime? Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove I was still at school? No. No, I can't. Really? 6:01, he's standing right there. So 6:03, still fucking standing right there, overseeing everything. So yes, he could have still been there. You can prove it, Athena, don't lie to yourself. So you admit it! Well, you just earned your extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. I do enough of that at the office. No way, man! I totally object! Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies! How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now, I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one, so I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on stage after the last bell. Right! And it would have been way past 7 before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony. The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I made those statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin? Quick! Somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, your head honcho among the delinquents, do something. Yeah! And who's in charge of the class pit around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course. Only real blades will do. No swords at school! All weapons will be confiscated. Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? It would seem Psychostono seeks to show down Professor. In which case, you would be well to draw your staff quick as lightning. Very well, then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served old school style. Does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Completing the statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say it too. Don't try to deny it now. That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say it was maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both statues were finished. They were both quite large, and they were both covered with a white sheet. But I could tell. Oh, right. The professor was there when the matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like this in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So, personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short of a time. That didn't exactly help our case. So, he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. Pay attention, Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue around 7 and 8:30. What evidence do I have here? I have the Lady Justice. That might be important at some point. The dependent Juniper saw the 2 statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Means is the most obvious of the we don't tell you who the bad guy is. Yeah, it was kind of like, wow, who the fuck is this dude? And he's so weird. Like, he's got to be important somehow. He saw her smile and was like, yeah, he's the murder person. Fair enough, honestly. I mean, look at him. He's a fucking weirdo. The question is, what evidence do I have to fight against it? Maybe our client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence.
Pity for you, who have already confirmed it with the accused. She was on record having seen both statues. Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot. No, she wasn't. She was on record saying she thought she saw them because they were covered up. They were covered up, so she didn't see them. You better pay attention, pay very close attention. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had time to go to the art room and commit murder? Completely different. Looking... Found broken on stage.
Objection!
Okay. But I think that has to do with that has something to do with it. What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing him like crazy. That's all I can think of too. Well, we'll just have to seek out a hole and exploit it. Most of the other statue. What exactly does that mean?
Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell began. I, in turn, completed the rest of it. I see. In academics, we call, as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped most of the important part of statue making, didn't you? Ow. Why, you insolent little... It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered this basics long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all lawyering fundamentals. Oh, quiet, you. Now do you understand? I did not leave the stage until I was done. Well, Miss Psychos, do you accept the witness's testimony? I'll circle back to it for now. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. Ha, that's right. But what took you so long? I was on stage the entire time and couldn't possibly have committed the crime. I'm not going to give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Psychos. And unless you have further objections, I'll have to put the issue to rest. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, so you're... It's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not time to quit. It's times like these, when it seems like there's no way out, that you have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit the murder without going there. Seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her. Ah! Who brought a bird to school? Psychos don't know. If I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I'll have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fulfill the gap between these two key facts? I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time. The only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the murder weapon. What if we got the murder weapon wrong? Really now? And what do you intend to label the murder weapon then? Huh? Oh, well, perhaps you bludgeoned the victim to death with your duller-than-dull thinking. I'll give you the choice this time. Either you change your thinking or you suffer a penalty. But I know that we got something, so I guess I'll have a penalty. I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time. The crime scenes... Okay, then the crime scene. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous! The defense has become utterly, completely incompetent. No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Psychos Dono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here on the stage itself. The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. The murder occurred in the art room. Silly girl! When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. Which is why the Gavinier banner was burned, because it was fucking covered in blood. There wasn't any blood on stage, really. But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained. It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor, but there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this was under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence.
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. So after 2 cases, what do I think of Blackwell? I want to punch him in the face. He has not given me anything to give a shit about him. They will probably try and make me empathize with him at the end, though. The final case, so my opinion may change. But for now, I want to make fun of him every chance I get. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon the banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in. Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? If there's only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must be something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure it out. This is what soaked up the most of the victim's blood. The other banner! Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the Gavanier's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it was on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner only to have blood on it. So the banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth? Yes, that explains it. The Gavanier's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there, do something.
Silence.
Psychus Dono, you were learning to wield a blade quite well. And how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? Hell yeah! Apollo defending his boyfriend's former band. He's so strange. He's so strange. Apollo's so strange. The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage, and as you claim? The bloodstain in the art room was faked? How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was
a piece of evidence that we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood to the art room. The, This is to transport the victim's blood. You don't say. Okay, yeah. What are we talking about again? What's this one that we're talking about? Such arguments have no place in a court of law. Well, it was worth a try. No, it was not. Ugh, I guess it really wasn't. The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? Let me tell you how. Needed was transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we just finished discussing. Okay. A piece of evidence we just finished discussing. The ban. Because what I'm thinking is the banner, right? So, okay, would it be the other banner then? Because that one's the one that's soaked in blood, and therefore, if you bring it up there, then you just wring it out. And then drop it back down. To think you stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gavanier's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped on the floor to create a ruse. It makes perfect sense. Gah. Order, order, this is quite the development. To think the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? Ugh, I hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, then what was it indeed? The Norton School banner shows something was carried along that wire, the wire in it. So if it's true, I know I have to find something that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. The statue! The statue. That statue. Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice statue from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial, and she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed it was originally Lady Justice. Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell,
would anyone move that scrap heap relic to such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial, during the time Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the fact that Lady Justice was moved in order to interrupt the mock trial, hide the body, point us to the body. Okay. Okay, so let's think about it. Why would he want to interrupt the mock trial? There's not really a reason. And interrupt the mock trial, and it's not hiding the body. So I guess pointing to the body? Professor Means uses pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimate me, Venus Circus. Professor Means always means what he says, and says what he means by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until the next day. Countless students passed the stage until they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by, if the victim was murdered on stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide the body upon that stage. Yes, it's no good, Athena. How claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp? I know, but we've come so far. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and it always will be. Just wait a minute. Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. Attorney's badge is just for show. Jeez. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false allegations against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. There, Athena, it's fine. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure it doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I've failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, this is how it ends. Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. You leave Athena alone, man. She's the one who saved me. It's sure it was because of Athena I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh Juniper and me and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against you. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing I'm to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You use legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Junie? I mean, the whole reason I've come this far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you're better than most people, Athena. And I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. But I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Stop your bleating this instant. You look an utter fool. Secure Blackwell. There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you studied so hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked so for thus far? It would not do if to have you disappoint you know who. You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything just else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection.
Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But, Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now, let me see your smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said?
The worst of times when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Psyches is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for utter defeat. Hell yeah! Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room, but was killed right where her body was found. I know because there wasn't any time to move the body from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, where did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding? When did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time to fake his alibi, created to move the body to where it would be easily spotted. Therefore, the only time was during the mock trial. Could have removed the body from its hiding place was during the mock trial. It was during the mock trial, specifically during the speech. Professor Means moved the bodies to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage, the white statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady statue in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide the body on the stage? It doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect the body was hiding inside. The Phoenix Wright statue. Oh, I know! The Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, that was an impressive feat, that was.
Objection!
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked like it was a statue. What? I second that. What? Now this is getting interesting. No! This is getting preposterous. How could I have done such a thing? How could such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I don't know where this is going. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo. Time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Right. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? I'm afraid that this isn't the right colour, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honour. Alright, I think that does it. Cool. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like the statue of Mr. Right or what? Looks like some random person to me. Aren't the statues made of a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair. The statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for even trying anyway. Wait, that's it, the hands. Her arms were raised above her head. There are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me in a new position. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No, besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think it's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given my hands behind my head? Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Rat's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly make the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can't help but think you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. The arrow. Oh, right! There was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What are you, crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rabio schnell. Alright. I don't know. I need to know another language to know bossy when I hear it. The fatal arrow in the side. Mr. Wright's hair created by 2 hands. The masterpiece in the making. Now come over and cover me with this cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Ta-da! Oh man, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm? Well, still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. I know! There's always someone who's brought their child to witness a murder trial in action. So, it doesn't make any sense. Now, disappoint me again, and penalty would undoubtedly will be doubly painful. Yikes. I guess I'd better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something else on close hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like, right now? Okay, hold on. Please, please, please. Please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm of Mr. Wright's statue is actually here. That's a good question. That's a good question. Well, if it's not this thing here, hang on, this thing here, right, then I guess the only other long thing here is... Got it! I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There is no such thing on this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right here. Staff! This is not a mere... This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure. I'll give you arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I'd know that pose anywhere. We did it! Didn't we? Ha ha! Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into the era of bright, brilliant golden light. Golden light. All I see before me is the pink spectre of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Ugh. That joke deserves a pink slip. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence. Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than a mere coincidence. To prove that the spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is test the spear for blood. We had assumed that the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from a spear instead, then we would be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? Wrong with a non-guilty verdict. If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you. Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery, help me decide the professor's fate. %30 salary cut? That's not even fucking anything at all. Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become our witness Aristotle means? It is as Psycho's Dono suspected. Blood was detected on the staff. He has admitted to his heinous crime. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great. He'll teach felons. That's the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word of what he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackfield's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a famous dentist, too? I eventually had him put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from a class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result, the heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's notes. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, and thus frame the defendant. But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark of Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analysed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This, too, was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean, and only Aristotle Means took the bribes. I think the professor would murder a colleague. To think the professor would murder a colleague to try and pin it on a student. If things like the Dark Age of the Law If it's things like the Dark Age of the Law, then we can only hope for a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant Juniper Woods. Yay. We're so proud of you, Junie. We're so happy for you, Junie. As deserved, as deserved, as deserved. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you. If we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory, yes, Your Honour, I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference. How do I do 9-hour plus streams? Because it's 6:30 at night, so it's just the same as a 9 to 5. I am tired and my throat does hurt a little bit, but it's not that bad. I was doing this shit when I was working for the government anyway. Proudly serve Professor Court's memory, and do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. Court is adjourned. Thank you, Athena. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. The way you were always there for Athena when she was in a bind, and at the detention center when your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Aw, thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do, and I can't wait until we see you in the judge's bench. I promise I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day... Oh... Guys, I've got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. So, what's the big news? The school festival! It was supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but... we just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it all happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? All right. Aww. Wow, Gavin, are you sure that doesn't bring up terrible old memories for you?
Special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby.
Yeah, that's about how I imagine you sounding. Wow, that was so much fun! School festivals are amazing! I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Your singing voice, Juniper! It could melt my heart! Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win, although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how it used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning a real deal's trials in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise their trial in Hugh 1? Level-headed lawyer course, a genius, and hot-blooded prosecutor course student. We go head-to-head in the mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper! There's something I've been wanting to say to you. Huh? Oh, is he going to do what I think he is? Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best of friends, like we've always been. Huh? Best friends? Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius, and that I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out during the trial. Whoops. Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin, Miriam. Me too. Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. I've been thinking it's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in! I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, anything beats true friendship. You bet. And what about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could ever have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back! So what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. Oh, fuck. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I'm sure it'll all make sense later. Well, I'm all done for the day. That's the trial, the case all done, as I promised. 9.5 hours. Ugh, I need to stretch. Oh, that feels good. So, Monday, next stream. That's my birthday stream. I would appreciate it if you all showed up, showed your support, asked me questions. Pretty please, I want to be asked a lot of questions. All I hope is to be asked questions. It'll be me yapping, me rambling, and I hope you guys enjoy it, because I'm very excited to talk about my thing. And yes, a Gekiyaku cover was released on YouTube today, so if you're interested in Utao and Vocaloid songs, you should like totally go listen to it. But yes, so my birthday is the most important thing, but we're done here, we're done. I could finally relax and sleep and things like that. I'm sure you guys are either waking up or ready to go to bed just like me. So, what do people want to do then? What shall we do then? What shall we do? I know who to raid. Do I though? Do I know who to raid? Do I though? Ugh, so many cool people. So many cool people exist, and this is always the hard bit for me. Here. You seem cool enough, right? You seem cool, you seem cool, you seem cool. You seem cool, or you seem cool. Man, everyone's so cool, man. Everyone's always so cool, so cool, so cool. Fuck, I'm hot. I feel so hot. Like, physically, I am sweating. Ugh. Ugh, everything's so hot. Oh. Oh. This is a struggle. Struggle time, struggle time, struggle time. And I'm trying to think of other things to talk to you about while I figure this the fuck out. Because I'm so indecisive. I'm so indecisive. I just want to give my love to everybody. I just want to give my love to everybody who deserves it, which is everybody. Everybody deserves it. Everybody deserves it. I want to give them all my love and attention. Ugh. Ugh. Sure, why not? You just start a stream. Anyway. I need dinner. I need sleep. I'm so tired. I need new water. I need to stop fucking talking and rest my fucking voice. Anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out with me. I had a good time. I do enjoy doing these longer streams, so, you know, it's not a bad thing. So, yeah. Bye bye.